So things are improving.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah. I just don't feel very motivated to do stuff. I have something on eBay that's getting a lot of showings, a lot of views, but no offers. And I've had 4 other things that I had no offers on, and I don't know if it's sabotage or just not.
I don't know. Do you buy and sell antiques by any chance?
Jewelry.
Jewelry. Okay.
Yeah. I have a lot of antiques.
We sell on eBay, and it's not the same eBay as it used to be. It's real screwy, so.
Well, I don't know. The stuff in my category and price range and everything is selling, and I just don't know why I haven't had any offers. So I get a little discouraged.
Yeah, like, are your prices within reason? I'm sure they are, right?
Well, it's high end, and it's it's. I don't want to give it away, but I do want to. I've had this on before, and it didn't sell, and I added more things and fixed it up a bit and lowered the price, and it's still not selling. But I don't even have any offers, so that's. But if you put it to auction, I've gotten killed in auctions, so I don't like auctions.
No.
If you put something on and it's a down day, or or a down week, or something. I mean, I had a beautiful Russian box that went out for $12. I thought I'd at least get $85 for it. Antique, over 200 years old. I couldn't believe it. So I don't like auctions. I do it, fixed price. But I leave it open for offers. So I don't know.
Yeah, I never had good luck with auctions either. I just do a fixed price, and I might do sell today price, but that's about it.
That's all that's fit to print. Not really exciting over here. Although I did several days ago go to Trader Joe's and I bought some peonies. They had the most gorgeous dark fuchsia peonies, and they're open, and now they've turned yellow. I mean, they're about 6 inches wide. They came in little bulbs, and they're just so gorgeous. I don't usually buy fresh flowers because they die so soon, But I put a little brandy in there with a little alcohol. They seem to like it.
Yeah, they get tickled. Yeah, and they will last longer.
How come you changed to free conference call?
GoToMeeting changed at the web, and it looked like TalkShoe. And they pulled a lot of items and jacked the price up.
Wow.
So this is a nice system. It's easy to run. It's got some nice features on it that GoToMeeting pulled. There's an upscale version of it that I'm going to check out to see what that's about.
Would that affect us or just you?
Oh, just me. Yeah, going to do a radio special tonight on Patrick Flanagan. I was playing a little bit of one of his videos when some people came in. And here's Alan Frey and Patrick Flanagan are the fathers of V2K.
Are the
fathers?
Yeah.
They're the fathers of V2K?
Most definitely. Yeah.
Is Alan Frey still alive?
I believe he is.
Yeah.
If he isn't, he recently passed away. I just read a piece on him, too.
You wrote a piece on him?
Yeah, I just read one. I just.
Read one, yeah. That that article online, that document you posted by Richard Allen Miller.
The mind.
He mentions Alan Frey, that he worked with Alan Frey. I'd like to meet Alan Frey and like to tell him to stop.
Like to kill him.
Yeah. I mean,
he worked out a lot of the details, and then the psychiatric community actually took out a grant to further the research so they could use it. And then it came out in the American Psychologist the next year.
Yeah.
So it was 1974 and 1975.
Yeah. That was the year I was born.
Yeah, there's another one that I'd like to send you to.
You were born in 75?
I was born in 74.
Oh, I didn't think anybody was born after 1960.
Some people are getting this. Well, I've got a horrible echo. Do you guys hear it?
You sound like you're on a speakerphone.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not.
I made a joke. Nobody laughed.
Hold on, let me check some things out.
I don't hear an echo, but I hear you're just hard to understand.
Can you mute yourself?
Is this the person I talked to on Monday?
It is muted.
Yeah.
Is this you, the gay lady?
Yeah, I'm the gay lady.
I'm the gay man. Hello.
All right. What's your name again?
This is Chris.
Chris. Yeah, I'm Leanne.
Okay, Leanne. I'll remember that. Leanne. Okay. I'm glad you came back.
You can always remember Chris because he's the one that just got eaten by a dog, or at least his nose did.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. But he's all set now.
I was just picking blood out of my beard.
No. Is it a neighbor's dog or?
My own.
Oh, your own dog?
The lady I talked to today that called me through Ella, her dogs are acting up too. So, what does that tell you?
Yeah, I had to run in with a dog today myself.
No, that's interesting.
I was at a homeless shelter in Worcester for about, I don't know, a month and a half, and they allowed someone to bring in a service dog that was a Rottweiler, or not a Rottweiler, a pit bull. And so we were all sleeping, and the person could not control the dog. The dog was much bigger than the handler, and she'd let the dog off the leash. We'd sleep in the same bunk room as the dog. They do these things. They use dogs to scare people.
Yeah.
I went into a supermarket one time. Someone had a huge dog as a service dog, and we got into a confrontation there. I said, "What kind of breed is that dog that you have as a service dog?" And he started screaming at me. They use dogs. It's a torture technique.
I believe it.
Yeah. In Abu Ghraib, the American soldiers were using dogs against the prisoners there. They're all torture techniques.
Ew.
Well, they're good at coming up with the torture techniques too.
Oh yeah, they're great. And you're talking about getting motivated. The woman who spoke first. I find that they're in my head doing I call it the turnover a new leaf program. Does anybody have this that they're going to start a whole new exercise regimen, or they have me go through these thoughts like I'm going to clean out my archives, I'm going to do this. I call it turning over a new leaf program, and they do this to me periodically, like how get your life in order. And I don't even think it's my motivation. I think they do it because it happens so often. And then they have me start projects and stop them. I read Robert Duncan's book. What is it? Project Soul Catcher. And he has all these programs like they run these kind of narratives in your mind. Like one of them was the Over the Rainbow. What's it called? The Wizard of Oz program. They run these like little programs in your mind. I don't think there's ever a time where I have my thoughts of my own, that they are on me 24/7, and I have no idea if the thoughts that I'm thinking are my own thoughts. It's such a horrible feeling. It's this, this silent sound, subliminal sound, that voice of God or voice to skull. This Alan Frey, does he know, if he's still alive, that it's being used this way? I mean, I wonder about these people. Project Camelot interviewed Richard Allen Miller, and he, I guess, helped develop some of this stuff. And, I don't get the sense they really care that it's being, they're whistleblowers. They blow the whistle or they talk about it to people, but it doesn't seem like they really actually care that their work contributed to the hell that we're in. And I'd like to know what they're doing to, try to contact the mainstream media, because this needs mainstream media attention. It's not getting it. And I know people on past talks I listened to some archives of the show, have talked about writing letters to the editor, and, they'll probably send a cop to my door. Did you write this letter to the editor? Oh, they must be having another attack, and cart me off to yet another psychiatric institution for writing a letter to the editor. Is that people's experience? I'm just curious. I'm new to the call, but is that people's experience that they have like 10 or 15 hospitalizations, like once a year, twice a year, 3 times a year sometimes?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I'm not alone in that.
I had 14 in 1 year.
Shoot.
To ER.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, did they bring you to the psych ward after that ER visit?
No, fortunately, it was just an ER visit, and I know what not to say. So
yeah, yeah. I feel like I know what to say, and they still put me there. I say I'm completely calm. I say I'm not a threat to myself or others. I have no plan to commit suicide, and they still put me in psych wards for 3 months sometimes.
God, I can't imagine that. That's terrible.
Yeah, and then you play, you're like a little kid when you go there. They give you crayons, and for 3 weeks all you have to do is, crayons. Like, it's like it's supposed to help you cope. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you end up biting all the crayons.
Yeah. It feels like an insurance scam sometimes. They must be getting tons of money off of targeted individuals at these psych wards. And it's weird because so many of the doctors that I've had are foreign doctors, and I'm wondering if that has something to do with it. Like they're worried about liability. But almost every doctor I have is a foreign doctor. Like they've got their degrees in another country.
That sounds like Florida.
Oh, is that what it's like in Florida?
Yeah. I was down there for like 5 years, and I went back down there, and I thought I was going to stay there permanently. And if I had, I probably wouldn't have run into this. But anyway, yeah, there was one doctor who couldn't understand English, and you could see his secretary writing down, what I'd said and the answers to the questions. And he was just sitting there going, oh, yeah. So that was beneficial,
Yeah. I have you been assaulted? I've been assaulted by hospital personnel.
No, they usually do that if you act out for some reason or become out of control.
Yeah. I had one guy try to strap me to a bed, and he was like bending my wrist back. And I made a complaint with the Massachusetts Disability Commission the rights of disabled people. They've got me in this weird, situation where, I'm on disability. I don't think I have anything wrong with me, and I need the help. That's the problem. If I'm not on disability, I have no way to make a living for myself because I get workplace mobbing, and I'd like to meet this Alan Frey. I really would, and give him a piece of my mind, or somebody who invented this silent sound.
I know, huh?
And they seem to be able to do motion, like you can they move your muscles, like they control you like you're some kind of like a video game, or they control me like I'm some kind of video game. They can make me act out. They can make me hyper emotional. I'm always like, geez, that was out of character for me. It's not usually what I would think I would do. And I have no way of differentiating when they're taking over and when I'm who I am. And and I think that the gang stalkers may be like that too. Like they don't even know what they're doing. Who knows that they're controlled like robots, and they may be doing things against their will, and they don't even know it.
Oh, there's a good chance of that.
Yeah. Because, it's so bizarre. They do stuff at the supermarkets, and, it's like weird stuff, like getting everything that I buy, there seem to be in front of, and, like waiting for me to show up to buy the products that I usually buy. And it's like, who would do this? Who would, it's so bizarre, and who would spend their time, unless they were forced to do it, and maybe they have no awareness. They're just people who happen to be shopping at the time, and they tune into them. I don't know. I sometimes think they go after an entire town. Like if you live in a small town, they'll go after the entire town.
No, I can see that very, very easily.
So how much personnel do these people have that they have the time to devote to controlling so many people? They must have tons of people doing this on a computer. There must be, thousands of people that are controlling us. Where are they getting, is the U.S., this is what the U.S. military is doing now? They're just focusing on populations and controlling populations like little video games?
Yeah, it sounds like that.
You can imagine, along with that question, how many different divisions of, how many different forms of recruitment do they have too? There's got to be so many demos that they recruit from, probably in unique ways to one another.
Yeah. I don't know. And then there's just the traditional warfare that they have to fight. Now they're saber rattling with Iran now. So they've got personnel that are involved in regular warfare, or, and then they have this secret program, whoever it is that's doing it. They tell me it's rogue. It's gone rogue. That's what they tell me in my head. It's not official military people or official CIA, that these are rogue elements that are doing this, and they have the equipment to do it. And that's what they tell me. I have no idea if it's true, but they, I wouldn't, there's no way I would think this on my own, I don't think, but that's what they told me. It's rogue, and these people are anti-technology, and they're using the Master's tools to dismantle the Master's house. That's what they told me. And
I don't know if I could speak or not. It's my first time on this call, and I'm listening. But if I just could say one thing, I wouldn't believe anything that they tell you.
Don't believe it.
Nothing. No, it's totally CIA government. It's don't believe any of that. It's not rogue. It's not rogue. They wouldn't. This money wouldn't be. It's layers. There's different compartmentalized. It's layers.
Yeah.
But they're behind it all. That's where the money's coming from, the funding. It's experimental. Don't believe any of this rogue. Don't believe anything they tell you.
You think it's still experimental? I think it may have gone beyond experimental and have gone to operational.
Well, yeah, I think that's very true for possibly certain, like in South America and whatever. But I'm new to this, but it didn't take me long to figure out that I had boots on the ground gang stalkers that were answering to a Pac-Man iPhone. That's like the software they use to ping you to find you. Government GI, classy looking guys showing up everywhere I went, on airplanes and everything else. So right there's two different levels of people. And there's a private investigator parked out front of my house. I figured that out because I went up to him and I took his picture and I Googled who he was. So there's three different components here. So it's but at the back of it, it's a high level organized.
When you say there's three different components, what are the three different components?
Well, there's the gang stalking on one level. That's I call that boots on the ground. The gang stalking in the car, on the ground. Those are people just anywhere in the community that have bought into this ideology of them against us. It's almost it's got biblical components to it too. It's they're reading the Bible backwards. The first will be last. They're targeting people that they feel have gifting in whatever it is, mental abilities, whatever your gifting is, ministry or technology or just doing well in school, whatever it is. So boots on the ground is the gang stalking. Then you've got the private investigator who's running it. I knew there was a van outside my house 3 doors down, and I didn't realize what was going on, but I knew that a laser came out of a house across the street, so I went right over to that house. And then it dawned on me, the same van has been painting that same garage since Christmas. 5 months painting the same garage. And then as I approached the guy and I took his picture, this man came out of nowhere out of the van. And then that's when I took his picture and I found out who he was, because he had a magnet on the side of his van with the name of his company, which I knew was fake. But so I looked it up, and his name came up as an ex-FBI.
But see, that's the thing. That's what I mean. They're
They are.
You can say rogue, or you could just say they're no longer in the government.
They're being paid by the people these private eyes are working in every state all over the country, and they're being paid by the next upper level, which is government, CIA, or whomever, whatever black ops actually purchased, let's say my contract and my husband's contract, whoever that was. There's different, I think, organizations within this whole mess. But at the very end of it is the government, CIA, or whomever, or whatever. But that's the.
Do you think that they have falling outs with each other, though? You know what I'm saying? Nothing is. Look at our government, the way it operates. My guess is that they factionalized that. The longer this goes on, just like Democrats and Republicans, no group is monolithic in its thinking. And my guess is when this goes on for a time, they'll start to turn on each other, because they must be under a lot. I know this sounds crazy, but they must be under a lot of stress doing this, because it's so illegal, and they could be charged with treason. And,
it's not even that. It's spiritual. It's a spiritual. They're seeing how much they can do, how far they try to really instill this. Let's say 10, 20 years from now, God forbid, they have data that they can use. Okay, this type of person, this girl is a high-level minister, deliverance minister. She was able to figure out this, and this. She was able to break this off of her. She was able to pray that off of her. Then they've got another guy who's a businessman. Okay, this high-level business guy, he used these resources to help him. You see, this is they're gathering data right now. So then they have a pattern of what different people do. In other words, I'm a married couple, my husband and I. My husband doesn't believe it's happening, even though at first he did. Then he turned on me and said I was crazy. So now they're watching, and I'm sure there's been hundreds of married couples who've gone before me. And so they know all the different ways this can go. Now, to God's grace, I have kept my mouth shut, and I'm loving my husband, praying for my husband, supporting my husband, even though he doesn't understand why he doesn't feel good. He says things that he doesn't mean. I know he's not even speaking. It's not even him in a way. But with prayer, I keep, I don't want to go on and monopolize the call, but what I'm saying to you is it's just about gathering data. So at one time, I believe at some point they're going to try to instill this as a normal thing. Like think of the millennials, how they're like. If you talk to a millennial and say, "What do you think about Alexa listening to every word you say?" I don't care. I don't say anything. They can listen to me. Like the whole mindset of the younger people is changing. So when they come to them and say, "We're going to put a chip in you, and we want to know where you are at all times, and we want to know what's going on," okay, they're going to be okay with that. See, we're not okay because we're from the 50s, the 40s, the 60s when privacy and those things were important to people. That's why some of us, it's so hard to digest the fact that someone wants to know where we are at all times. And other our millennials, they don't care. They're like, "Yeah, what's wrong with that?"
Yeah,
So
I don't know. I just think I think it's a torture program. That
yes, that too.
I think, and it's operational. I don't know if they're in information. I mean, I guess they're always gathering information, but
totally.
To me, it's just a straight up torture. It's a torture program.
But there's got to be an end. There's a reason for it, though. It's like it's got.
That's what I'm saying. That's what they're trying to tell me in my head. What the reason is? They do it because they have taken floating hostages.
Okay,
and
they're
that's
never
why
going
they're
to tell you the
torturing
truth
us.
in your head, sweetie. They're never going to tell you the truth.
Well,
think about that.
You know, it makes sense. Why do you torture somebody? I mean, you torture them because you're trying to gain extractions from them. I mean, that's the whole point of torture. Point of torture is to extract information, usually about a threat. You know, or you want to do a prisoner exchange. There's only so many reasons why people would torture. It's mainly to gain extractions from the government, really, and also well, that's weird. Sorry, the lights went into my window. But torture is very limited in what it seeks to accomplish, and it's usually.
But listen, look at the people, the population they're doing it to. Like at first, it was mentally ill people, then it was homeless people, then it was the hippies in San Francisco. So these populations, do you think they know anything about any government secrets? No, they don't know government secrets. I don't know. I'm just a housewife. I'm a housewife. I don't have one government secret.
Right, so they use guilt. They use guilt. That's what they're trying to do. That's what they told me. They want the government to feel guilty that they're targeting regular people.
Wrong.
For torture. Remember when they took Danny Pearl, the journalist from
Daniel
Pearl,
they
just took an average person. He was high up in his profession, but he's just an average person. He didn't have any secrets to share with them. They were using him to extract something from the American government because they want them to feel guilty. Taking a hostage, the hostage doesn't have to know anything. It's the government that knows something, and they use a hostage to gain extractions from a third party. So the hostage themselves has nothing to share. They're trying to use the hostage's life to barter to with the government to make a deal. And it is a torture program. If they're using dogs, that's torture. They are running a torture program on average people, probably to extract something. And they told me that that's what they're doing. They're trying to extract land. That's what they told me. It's about getting land and about getting immunity from criminal prosecution. They don't want to go to jail for what they've done. And maybe that means they're being closed in on. They could be being closed in on. In other words, they think that prosecutions are imminent, and they're picking it up for the past 7 years. And that's why the government, the good elements of the government, are not coming in to help us because they're threatening to take hostages. For real, not just floating around them and gang stalking land. The gang stalkers are there just to say, if we wanted to, we could attack this target. We're just floating around them, making noise, making threats that the target never knows are whether they're going to carry out these threats that they make. They do the rape threats in your head. They do you name it. Usually it's sexual assault. Probably for women it's mostly sexual assault. And
but I think, too, maybe we could have someone speak who's been involved in this for many years, like maybe Frank.
Yeah.
Maybe Frank can speak to some of this. What is, like, someone who's been in it for a long time has been more awareness, more, like, what does Frank think of this? Frank, what do you think of this?
Yeah, I'm curious. Do you think it could be the hostage part, that targets are really hostages?
I agree with you. You're actually hostages. They don't want you to go anywhere. And I know of one guy in Connecticut who was coerced and tortured back into his home. And he was afraid to leave, And I went to his house, and I helped him with his truck and helped him get back on his feet a little bit. And he's a real nice guy. Oh, God, what's his first name now? It escapes me. They always step on my head like that, right when I'm ready to come up with a name.
Yeah.
They do that.
But Frank, tell us more about what do you mean they don't want you to leave your home? They don't want you, because sometimes they try to get people to travel and leave their homes. What do you think?
Yeah.
If they know that there's a chance that you're going to leave, they're going to push you out as hard as they can, because in that case, they want you on the street alone with no money.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Done. As far as your home goes, if it seems like it's stable and you're going to be there, they want you to stay there in that case, because rather than move somewhere else, they know the rooms. They know, like, your bedroom, bathroom, shower. They know where to hang out,
Yeah.
But yeah, you are a hostage in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're using war. They've declared war on somebody, and they're using illegal. Apparently they've committed to war against the general population, and they're using traditional but not legal means of carrying out that war. These are war crimes. And think of what they face committing a war crime. And what we don't know is what the war is. Like, who is this entity? Who have they declared war on, and why? I mean, it sounds like it started off as an experimental. They're experimenting on people, and then it turned operational. I think it's operational. I think they're past the point of doing any research now. I think it's, given the amount of people that are involved, I would say it's, I don't know if there's anybody in America that's untouched, or let alone the world, that's not somehow related to this.
Those on the outside become addicted to the game.
Yeah.
You cannot put the screen down. They can't put that mouse down. They can't put those microphones down. And it's my understanding they have one microphone for subliminals and one microphone for V2K.
What's the difference between V2K? V2K, you hear voices?
V2K, you can hear them around the room, basically anywhere they decide to be. Like, right now they're at 11 o'clock off my shoulder, throwing out various comments like, oh, there's nobody on the call. And there isn't really, because nobody is reading their mail and nobody is looking at their texts and stuff, but that's all right. It catches on. We usually have 70, 80 people anyway.
I've never called in before. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
My name's Angie, and I live in South Carolina.
You're not my Angie with the 6 children, are you?
I am.
Oh, it's so good to hear you. I've been worried to death about you.
I'm in a position where I need to do some more research and find some more people that are like me.
Oh.
The lady that spoke just a minute ago, I'm sorry, I have children. One of them had to be taken off to bed. I don't know how the conference call works and if you could hear her, but I'm in a phase where they're affecting the entire world, my entire family around me in a way that is beyond disturbing, and I'm reaching out for some support.
Well, that's good, because I'm going to pipe the radio show in here. I'm going to stream the radio show, and I'm going to talk a lot about V2K tonight.
Oh, good.
And,
that's good.
The 2 fathers of it.
There's a difference, right? In being targeted and being someone who has the voice Skull 24/7?
You're targeted if you have the voices 24/7, and you are targeted if you are gang stalked. You are targeted by whomever. I mean, there's possibilities of organized crime. The government is the prime target that we're looking at. The government, actually, they won a case against DOD. They didn't win it, but they were settled out of court. Now, I don't know whether it was settled out of court to draw attention away or settled out of court because it was factual. And it was a lawyer who brought the charges against DOD. He even named President Obama.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody wants part of the case file, I have it.
So the executive branch
Yes. No.
brought a case against the military?
The TI brought a case
Okay.
naming President Obama and all the high-ranking secretary officials of DOD. And it was thrown out. It wasn't thrown out of court. It was settled out of court. There's a big difference.
Yeah.
And so that says government is guilty to me.
Yeah.
So, but it's like I say, for every M16 the government owns, which is their assault rifle, and has been for quite some time, you'll find an M16 on the street somewhere. Or you can buy an AR-15, which is actually an M16 that is not fully automatic.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm trying to say is if the government has this, it's probably leaked down to like organized crime,
Yeah.
security companies, large companies. So you can probably guess that there's a percentage of it that is gotten all the way down to private citizens.
Right.
But it starts in the government, and I will repeat this again. President Vladimir Putin said that the United States is at the top of the list of countries who don't take care of their own people. And it's like he's looking at a scope, we'll say, in front of him, seeing all these attacks being leveled on the citizens, and he made that statement. But you'll learn a lot tonight. I start at 10 o'clock with RBN, and I'll pipe it over here so you can hear it. And there's a lot that Robert Flanagan did. He's a genius. He invented the neurophone when he was like 15 or 12 years old, something like that.
Right. Yeah, I saw the. It was in the newsletter that you posted a link to that discussion he had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is he's a really smart guy, but he was trying to help deaf people, so his heart was in the right place.
Right.
Alan Frey was trying to further develop V2K. And if you look at all the patents, the Air Force is on there everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And the reasoning behind that is they used it. They didn't want to send covert messages over the airwaves, but there were certain instances where they had to speak to the pilots. So in this case, they used this device. And they also did broadcast signals down to the enemy in Vietnam using helicopters, but it backfired a little bit because the signals went up and hit the rotor and came down, the blades on the top.
Yeah, yep.
They came down and hit the pilot, and they actually drove the pilots nuts. So They probably got a few people down below, but they got all the pilots.
So it started off as a communication device that couldn't be detected by
Exactly.
the enemy.
Just like all good things, you can make it a bad thing.
Yeah. And so when did this, do we know who had the idea to use this against just average citizens? See, this is why I think it's already operational. They want something.
It's operational. And,
yeah.
I'm feeling it right now. My back is being, numbed out or ached out, whatever you want to call it. Some people call it numb. I call it an ache. But they do things that are annoying and painful, and they'll wait till you haven't had sleep for like 3 or 4 days and then attack you, Sleep is your best friend.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like any of the voice skull that I'm experiencing. Mine isn't 3 or 4 days. Mine's 3 or 4 seconds, 3 or 4 minutes. They never stop attacking me. And I have no doubt of that. And I have helicopters and airplanes. There are drones parked over my home right now that I don't quite understand. There's no doubt that it's happening. And there's no doubt that it could be local as well as there's something in there that's bigger than local. Is there advice as how to combat that, mentally? Or
yeah, there's a good way to combat that mentally, and that's positive attitude.
Just a positive attitude. Okay, well,
I swear that's the best thing.
I'm working on that. There's a lot of things piling up against me as a mom with 6 children in a situation where there are definitely affecting those around me, and I can't explain it to them, and I have to witness and bear through it. And there are several instances where I am pushed. All of that's part of the actual. Am I in an aggressive voice to skull situation compared to others, or is this the common voice to skull? I sat here for 20 minutes with something running through my body. Every time my little girl's voice screamed, and they were telling me, oh, this is what we're going to do, and 2 hours later they did it. And she screamed for about, 30 or 40 minutes, and every time she opened her mouth, they were trying to convince me to hurt her. And it takes my willpower to push through that. And finally, someone in my real world came in, a human contact, where it pulled me out. But is that a aggressive form? Are not a lot of people experiencing something like that?
Most of the V2K is aggressive, and a lot of them use the same playbook because I hear it.
I've researched enough, or I understand. I hear other people's stories are so similar that it sounds a playbook or a program or whatever we call it, but you don't experience that.
I do.
Is that right?
Oh yeah, terrible.
You do.
Yeah.
And are others on the line the same?
I never hear voices. It's all silent. It's all silent. But it's like a thought. It's like someone is speaking. I think they call it, silent subliminal messages. I forget the term of art it is. But
would that be what the people around me are experiencing versus what I experience with the actual voices?
No, I think a lot of people experience V2K. You probably experience both. The silent stuff you don't know. That's why I hate the silent stuff. You don't know if it's your own thoughts or...
Oh, I'm past that.
Yeah.
I'm past the point. I'm at the point where I just claim the ones that were the most like what I can remember, or the most like what I think I should be.
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
guys, I'm going to grab a coffee. I'll be right back. I
Okay.
live off coffee. That's the only way I can do these hours. I'll be right back in about 2 minutes.
Okay.
So you never hear a voice?
I never hear voices. No,
but
I've never heard one voice.
You're aware that something is driving you.
Yeah, I know because they'll be in my head and they will they'll do things completely out of character to let me know that they're in my head. Like they'll give me Archie Bunker thoughts. Like if I'm walking down and I see an African American, they'll make a racist comment. I'm like, that's bizarre. I don't think like that. Because they're letting me know we're in your head and your thoughts are not your own. And they may not be racist themselves either, but they're using they're being so bizarre, in their messaging to my brain that I know it's not my thoughts.
What is it when you're way past that? When the voices are clear when the voices have been so clear that I understand that they may or may not be racist, but they're talking about my child's private parts, or they're talking about a black person, or mine is an extreme. Besides the physical and the mental, they lock my brain. That's funny. I have a plane or a drone blinking in front of me right now. They're moving. They don't like what I'm saying. Mine is like, I have no doubt that the people are enjoying what they're doing and that there are humans on the other end, and it's not abstract. It's in my face. So maybe that's a conversation I'm not
well, that
conveying.
goes to, well, a lot of people think this is it is biblical. It is like these are demons. Robert Duncan has a book. I don't know if you know Robert Duncan, right?
Well, and when you mean demons, you mean these are just people that believe dark instead of light?
Yeah, I'm not religious, but there are a lot of people.
I'm not either. That's why I'm going there with you.
Yeah.
That went out the window a long time ago.
That it goes even beyond just the government and, against the people, and it's a torture program. But this is actually a biblical prophecy. We're in biblical times, and and it weaves in UFO theories about UFOs and
I've experimented with all that.
People
spoken with a few. I've experimented with all that. I've read and I've spoken with a few, and I'm like desperately seeking a more solid answer as to what this is and how I combat it. I mean,
we're like sitting ducks.
I'm past that. Right. Yeah. Well, exactly. But now it's they're affecting. I have 6 children, and they are affecting my husband, my children, in ways that aren't minor, that are severe, and I am trying to understand the technology enough to help them if I can't help myself.
Yeah.
I mean, because I understand the technology
it's done through
involved.
Frequencies. Yeah, it's done through frequencies. That's I read online that
do you feel
a lot
that
of
people around you are affected, or do you feel that it's just something that's kind of affecting you and your? Did you do something in your life?
I don't have anything to do with people.
Well, see,
I don't have anything to do with people.
The group I'm in, I'm very isolated, and my group is 6 small children. So
well, you have to.
There's often I mean, I have to get up, change diaper. I have to force myself through whatever emotion or feeling. But a lot of it lately has been this one lady I spoke to a long time ago I can't contact anymore. She explained it as kind of a brain fart, for lack of a better word. They clench your brain, and I can't. My children might be sitting next to me picking up a pair of scissors, cutting their hair, and I'm so zoned out in what they have me doing that I don't notice that she's cutting her hair and she's a foot away from me.
Wow.
And so it's become increasingly, and then of course on top of that, I'm aware that they're, because 30 minutes before they said there's a pair of scissors, I'm going to make sure she picks them up and cuts her hair. So I'm increasing and that's a minor kind of example, but I'm increasingly aware that that's taking place. I'm looking for something.
Okay, guys, I'm heading over to radio, and
okay.
I will stream that back over here so that you can hear it. Okay?
Okay. Thanks, Frank.
What does that mean?
It means he does a radio program for an hour, and he streams it in so we can hear it. So I'm actually going to go on speaker.
Does that mean, are there a lot, he said 23, now there'll be 1,000 callers listening, or, I don't understand how this works. I'm still trying to figure that out as well.
I don't know. This is only my second time on the call.
Well, people, you won't be subject to thousands of people. I will.
and we just listen. I just take it in.
Yeah, there you go. You got the right idea now.
If we go on speakerphone, Frank, does that make everything?
No, you can do it.
Can you hear my kids in the background?
Because I'm going to mute you in about 2 seconds. Not the room. You can still talk and everything. I'm going to mute your output so that you can talk. Okay?
Okay.
All righty. See you in a few.
All right, I'm going to listen into the program.
All right.
All right, thanks.
And are you still there?
Yeah, I'm going to listen to the program. I might do it on my own computer.
Okay, I'm going to try to do the same. Does he come back after that?
Yeah, the talk goes on a long time, but I can't stay up that late.
Well, I'm hoping
usually
you
like a 4 hour.
Okay. And he's talking to other callers?
Yeah, they
Thank you for talking with me.
It's a call-in program, I think. But I want to hear what he says.
With me.
No problem. I hope everything, gets better for you. Yeah.
Good luck to you.
You too. Take care. Bye, Chris.
Okay, guys, you should be able to hear me now. I'm waiting for the producer.
Hi, guys.
Somebody in the chat, just give me the high sign if they can hear me. Hello, chat. Can you hear me? Wide-eyed. Okay, beautiful. Thanks. Thank you. I hope it stays that way. Free conference call seems to be a lot cleaner than GoToMeeting. I don't know about what you guys think.
Do we hear anybody but Frank? Are we on dead air? So we're waiting for his feed to come through? Huh.
How many people on right now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Okay, there are 36 people on. Yeah, I can hear you. But I can't hear anybody else. But maybe nobody else.
Can you hear Frank? Or the other thing?
No, I can't hear Frank.
The radio call?
Oh, no.
Are we not supposed to? I've never called in before. Are we not supposed to hear him now?
Hey there, Melinda.
Hey.
Hey. Well, we should hear Frank. Melinda, do you know where Frank is?
Yeah, he went off to get the radio tuned up or something.
Oh, okay. So we can talk though.
Yeah.
All right.
And I guess when he comes on, with the song, he plays that song.
Right.
Then we shut up.
Okay. As long as I know the rules, I'll follow the rules.
I'm a new person. Somebody please tell me.
Hi,
Can you hear me speaking?
Hey, Chris. What's your name, hon? The new person?
My name's Angie.
Angie. Hi, Angie.
Hi.
Hi. We're
nice
all kind of getting used to this.
Oh, jeez.
He changes. I think he just. I don't know quite what's happening. I think he just changed the service that he's using. So I think maybe it's a little confusing right now. Does that make sense?
It does. I had downloaded something and I downloaded something new.
Okay. Well, you're on the new one.
Is everyone involved supposedly a targeted individual or someone who experiences B2K?
Yeah, that's what the call's for. Yeah.
Is the lady I spoke to before you, she did not have the same kind of targeting that I have. Does anyone have the same type of targeting that I have?
Hon, I just signed in, so I don't know what kind of targeting you have.
I have what you would say voice to skull 24/7.
Oh, sure. A lot of people have that. Yeah, a lot
of people have deep chatter and the emotions and the body and all of the above constantly and have for several years.
Everybody's targeting is forget it.
That's okay. Everybody's targeting.
No, please.
It's all. We all have something of our very own. It's sort of specialized for us. But some people have one thing and not the other. It's hard to know. But we've all been suffering for a long time. By the time we get here, we've been suffering.
Right. I agree. I'm looking for communication with somebody that would understand that. I have 6 small children in the background. I'm sorry if you hear them all.
Oh, man. Are they all yours? You take care of all of them? Oh, my gosh.
I have triplets that are 3, and I have 3. I have an 8, 13, and 15-year-old. The triplets are quite active at the moment.
You're one busy lady.
I really try, and some days I'm better than others.
Of course. So sorry to hear that you're being targeted with all of that going on. My God. And all I've got to do is take care of me and my puppy, and I'm overwhelmed, My goodness.
Well, I understand that feeling as well.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. My God. Just let me stop one thing. Just let me say one thing. Chris, hi, sweetie. It's so good to hear you on here. And Melinda, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to make sure that this lady, somebody talked to her. I didn't mean to cut you off, Melinda. I hope you're well.
Worries.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Lady with the 6 kids, please come back on Friday if you can. We would like to talk to you some more if that's okay.
Yeah.
That would be really nice.
Hey,
I would welcome the opportunity.
Yeah, so
I'm
on Friday.
Great. Okay, great. I'll tune you in.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are you the man they call Chris?
Yeah, that's our Chris. That's
Man,
our Chris.
I've been researching this stuff for 17 years, and my heart was broken when they told me they're attacking your kids. It just breaks my heart.
Yeah.
Well, I would love to speak to someone that could give me some information that would help me help them.
Okay. We'll do our best.
When they attack kids, that's when it you start to think this is more than just the government doing this. This is a biblical
There's
play.
There's Satan.
Who does that? Yeah, they're Satanists.
Satanists do it. They're Satanists.
Well, they say that to me all the time. Did they say that to anyone else?
Yeah.
Yes, they tell me specifically.
They tell me they're Satanists too.
You're the man I need to speak to then. You have actual something similar where they never shut up.
This is RB.
Yeah, they told me they're like a cult. That's what they told me. The ones that are doing it, that they're in a cult.
Probably.
You believe there are separate groups in separate cities, like a group over here and a group over there that have this technology and can do this to us?
I have no idea. They tell me that they're not. This is what they tell me, that they're not part of the government. They're a rogue element. Their goal is to get land, and they're a cult. And they actually don't like technology, and they're using the Master's tools to dismantle the Master's house. That's what they told me. I can just say what they say. I'm just translating it for you guys, but that's what they told me.
I've got you, but is there anybody else that has a bigger expectation of what's happening to us? Like, I can tell that the people that affect me, is that his song and we're supposed to be quiet now?
I think yeah, honey, I think so.
You got to tell me. I don't know. I said it was my first time.
I know. No, not to worry. No, I just chuckled because I don't know why, but no, we understand.
Massachusetts,
oh, now we have to be quiet. I think we have to be quiet.
Alan, and I will be the host this evening.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
And ask a question.
Yeah.
This is David from Rhode Island.
Or listen.
That song that he's playing is from Mike and the Mechanics, I believe.
63.
Okay.
You can receive a copy of our newsletter.
Just throwing it out there.
Frank.
Okay.
Does that mean for us to be quiet and listen, or do we still converse?
You know what?
Yes, we're supposed to be quiet.
I think it probably does, because that's his bumper music.
And in the navigation.
Okay. So I'm gonna be quiet now, and maybe we can talk later.
Completed. Click.
Okay, that would be nice.
Thank you.
Call me.
Thank you.
In the U.S.
You'll get plenty of help here.
508.
Thank you.
857-8334.
You sound like you're from the Midwest.
Me?
I always remember.
Yes, I like you.
There's always.
Well, thank you. I'm from California, though.
At the Republic. Just go to republicbroadcasting.org. And you'll see all those ways. Okay, tonight I'm going to talk about.
Can you hear my children?
B2K.
A little tiny bit, but they're not the least bit.
Actually, an acronym.
Not a problem.
I'll step outside. I'm going to step outside. That way, that's
okay.
Gives you the hypnotic.
They're wild.
And throughout the course of.
Can I ask why does he play the radio call in here?
Disassemble.
If it's a call, like, it's too much confusion.
And just lay it out on the table so we can all examine it.
I don't have the answer. I hope there's information in the call we're supposed to hear.
Okay. Dr. Patrick Flanagan and Dr. Alan Frey are what I consider the fathers of B2K and the torture that we go through. Dr. Patrick Flanagan invented what is called the neurophone. Now, this was a device that he actually put together when he was 12 years old. And this device was able to make deaf people hear. What a fantastic thing to create for mankind. Make it so deaf people can hear again. Alan Frey was actually in it, I think, moreover, to develop it. I've never heard anything in Alan Frey's work that would suggest that he was trying to help deaf people. And if anybody knows of a paper or information, please make me aware.
Oh.
But this is a form of electronic telepathy. It's an electronic telepathy machine from 1958. Now, like 2 seconds after he invented it, which is a slight exaggeration on my part, the federal government, the Pentagon, gave him a call. And they wanted to come down and have a chat because he also invented a device that could tell when a foreign power launched a missile, when someone tested a nuclear device, and where. So they had like both hands around his shoulders. Come on, let's go talk, you know. So he's a genius in electronics. And unfortunately, his noble effort to make deaf people hear was taken over by the military. It took him 12 years to get the patent for the device, to the point where he actually had to take it down to the patent office and demonstrate it. And fortunately, the patent office had a deaf gentleman there, and he could hear. And that was all they needed to hear. So everybody was really thrilled with this, but so was the government. Later on, they came out with a digital version of this device. Now, Patrick was able to get the patent on the analog device, but he never did get the patent for the digital device. So, I'm not going to say for sure, but I think it's a very good guess that this digital form of the device is present somewhere in the matrix of the satellite system. And I invite people to call and offer a suggestion, comment, question. And you can do that by calling 800-313-9443. And I invite not help on this, but comment. Okay, and in 1974, the psychiatric community funded research for a project pertaining to voice to skull. Now, this was supposed to be used in the psychiatric community. I even have the grant number if anybody wants it. But then in 1975, after the work was completed, they introduced it in a paper published by the American Psychologist. A representative from Raytheon was there and protested the publishing of this paper. And I'm going to jump a little bit into the future here. Recently, and this will be February 2019, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology introduced a method by which a laser surrounded by plasma could carry a radio frequency in the same manner. So if they are coming out with it now, it's surely an understatement, as many such research projects have already been in the military budget for many years. Now, the U.S. Air Force, as I mentioned, employ the use of the concept in their fighters' helmets. Now, this was to reduce the risk of an enemy hearing the covert broadcast to the pilot. But there are a group
radio
of people
broadcast for him
in the United States,
okay,
of which I am a member.
I'll go back
and
out.
these are the targeted individuals of the United States and the world. There are millions in the United States alone. We are targeted heavily with V2K, which is once again voice to skull. It's an acronym that was actually coined by the U.S. military. We are tortured so bad, sometimes we have to be hospitalized. Myself, in the year 2016, I believe, I was hospitalized 14 times, once having my car towed because I was fearful of hurting somebody on the highway. An example of this is a girlfriend that I had. Her sister was killed in a car crash on her birthday, 5 minutes from our home at the time. It destroyed everything. The two sisters were very, very close. To get back to voice to skull, Raytheon, in the meantime, developed the Active Denial System, or ADS. Now, this was designed to stop a crowd or an enemy in its tracks. And in this case, it had a byproduct because it delivered the voice of God, or so the Arabs thought, or the Iraqis. And they developed a smaller ADS device. And I have pictures of it. Actually, I have a video of it, but I do not have the documentation right in front of me. Okay, so now I'm going to get into hypnotism. You're looking at something that's been around 1,000+ years, thousands of years, 2,000, 3,000. And there's another aspect to hypnotism that some of you may not know about, and that is remote hypnotherapy. Now, I learned of this 3 years ago, but I never really connected it to our torture until recently. And this is done via Skype in some cases. Now, this relates directly to what is happening to us. I don't even like to use actually the word MK Ultra because I've heard it so much. It's almost like torture just to listen to it. But I have really, together with all of the TIs worldwide, had enough. And there's a site out that claims that they will send you a CD, and through gentle repetition, you are exposed to the same subliminal information over and over. And then they say there will be lasting changes. Now, these are positive changes. So what you have to ask yourself is, what are the subliminal cuts that you are getting. Some people can't hear them. Some people can't read them. I can do both. I'm very fortunate that way. But just imagine if you could hear for a moment all the subliminal information that is being pumped into your head. And get this. This is right on this site. You'll hear ocean or rainfall sounds. But they assure us that the subliminal information is there, playing back at a frequency beyond the threshold of human hearing. Now, what does that sound like? Is the tinnitus how they mix this in? Could very well be. Many people are skeptical, but remote hypnotic therapy has been going on for years and years. Now, I don't know how much success they've had, but after the research that I've done over the last couple of months, I would be real leery about sitting in front of a TV for too long, because you don't know what you're getting. I recently watched a video, and they were telling you to buy a new car and basically drive it off a cliff. Now, it wasn't saying that, but they had a paragraph full of things that they wanted you to do while you were watching the show. And naturally, when it came to intermission, or what you would call intermission or a commercial break, they want you to go to the kitchen and eat so that you can go to the grocery store and buy more groceries. Okay, one of the procedures most associated with hypnosis is the induction process. Now, many people cannot be hypnotized. I am one of them because it was tried. Induction typically shares several common factors. Engaging in a repetitive mindset. An attempt by the hypnotist to focus your attention and shape it towards the trance state. And a recruitment of naturally occurring but seldom noticed physical and mental states. For example, surprise, novelty, fatigue, boredom, and linking them together to capture your attention. There are multiple ways. I'm sure you've all seen a movie where someone has a gold watch and they swing it back and forth in front of your eyes and you become hypnotized. Well, believe it or not, that works on some people. It's visual fixation on an object resulting in sensory restriction. Eyelid heaviness, eye closure, monotony of voice, with the suggestions of relaxation. Okay, folks, we're gonna go to commercial. I'll see you in about 3 minutes.
Are there people there now?
I'm on the call.
I'm here.
Does the stuff he says ring a bell with anyone, or is it abstract?
This is David. I'm still here. What was that question about abstract?
Is the things that Frank is speaking of at the moment, do they seem abstract? Do they seem absolutely straight on for what you're experiencing?
All their strategy, they forgot one thing.
When I was introduced to this program, it was loud and clear, as though I was wearing a pair of headphones.
How much of that knowledge did I obtain from this broadcast?
Then it tapered off slowly. Now it's practically subliminal. And I've been told you are not a TI. That's what they tell me.
Those questions, folks.
Then ask yourself, just another lie, but
like my morning coffee.
I always found that interesting.
Wait, guys, excuse me 1 second. Excuse me. There's a loud recording going on. Does anyone else hear this loud recording?
It's a radio program in the background we're hearing.
Truth itself.
Yeah, he's on commercial break.
Right. I'm having a hard time.
Look at your budget. And make a determination.
Yeah, we can't really hear it that well.
So it's having a hard time with it.
Go to Republic Broadcasting.
I'm having a hard time understanding the setup of this call. With all the talk and the
hang with us. It'll get better. It'll get more even. This is just, it's a little splintered right now, but we're here to help. You know, don't worry about it.
So does this go on for an hour, the radio program?
About, yeah. And then it comes back. And then he comes
My
back.
name is Angie. If anybody's listening to the woman with 6 kids that's looking for deeper answers. A lot of what he says. My name is Angie. I have 6 small children.
Okay, thank you, Angie.
I'm a V2K 24/7, and a lot of what he said is like beyond. I understand that, and it's past me. I'm on another end where I need some deeper understanding to move through what I deal with on a daily basis.
And we will do our best to help you with that, Angie.
Right.
We'll be
absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, Angie, can I ask
is there a chance that I will be like the man that said that he had this and then he moved past this and now it's I can't remember the term he used, but that means he's coming back, right?
Yeah.
Some of this is underneath me, but then okay.
Let's pick
Not to worry.
Let's pick it up at the next
Good evening,
commercial
once again,
break.
from Targeted Massachusetts.
I'm going to try to stay on.
Republic Broadcasting.
Please do.
Yeah.
My name is Frank Allen.
I'm searching for community.
Yeah, and we're a good community. Just gotta hang in there with this. Not to worry. We have all
the only community I've ever heard.
Angie, we have all levels of targeting in here.
And we're
you made the right move by calling. Give it a chance. It'll all set to make better sense.
Hypnotism.
Okay, I'm going to listen. Thank you.
But first, you can call in and ask a question at 800-313-9443 or listen at 605-313-0163 once again. You can receive a copy of our newsletter simply by writing Frank at targetedmassachusetts.org. In the subject line, type newsletter. Or you can visit our site at targetedmassachusetts.org. And in the navigation, go to Contact Information. When completed, click Submit. Or call me in the U.S. at 1-508-857-8334. And just to recap a little bit, we've been talking about Patrick Flanagan, and we're going to dig into Patrick and his neurophone a little deeper here in a few minutes. And I think next time, although I've brought him up before, I will talk about Alan Frey and his contributions to it. And we also brought up the fact that MIT, or the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, has introduced a method by which a laser surrounded by plasma could carry a radio frequency to a man meters away. And I've already stated that this was surely an understatement, as many such research projects have already been in the military budget for many, many years. And this is not new. The military has been very seductive with colleges across the country. In California, Georgia Tech, MIT, you name the school, and they have a program. Now, it is put together under the guises of weaponry. What kind of weapon? What kind of weapon would they try or test on their own citizens? Well, somebody's doing it. And I'd have to say that without a shadow of a doubt, I know who it is. And you do too. It's Uncle Sam. Department of Defense. Before I came on the show, I was talking briefly with my friends on Targeted Massachusetts, the Northeast Conference, and we were mentioning the fact that there are so many people in this country that have this. Is it possible that everyone in the country is targeted in some way? Because you can walk into a situation that should go perfectly well. It's been pre-planned, and you walk into this situation and you are met with an adversarial attitude from everyone that you come in contact with to get this objective completed. And I'm sure that we all have seen it. And we did have a case that was settled out of court. Then President Obama was named as the defendant. In the Department of Defense, the secretary, undersecretary, and everyone. Okay, folks, once again, we need a commercial. Got to pay some bills. Thank you. And everything they tell you.
Are there people there now?
We're right here.
Yes.
Isn't that part of the program?
Somebody is
that Obama did, or the Russians?
I'm here too, by the way.
By going through a public broadcast
Is that part of the program? I mean, I heard that shit. Pardon my French.
No.
I heard that stuff.
I can tell you, I think, what you're asking, I can give an answer. Are you talking about the radio show that Frank does in the background?
Yes.
That's what you're talking about. Okay.
I spoke to Frank personally on the phone. Somebody had him call me personally. He is a person I spoke to in great distress under the 24/7 V2K, not an abstract V2K where I think there's somebody in my head where I'm positive.
Oh, no, I believe you 100% because I'm positive as well.
So the Obama, the Russian reference, I understand I have helicopters sometimes, I have jet airplanes, I have small airplanes. I understand there's entities involved that are greater than me. I'm not positive it's the government. It's everyone else.
Allow me to read you some from
what was that last part about the government?
Really does work. Like the review.
Well, I don't know. I'm looking for concrete answers at this point that will help me with my children.
Oh man, are you the one with 6 children?
Yes, and I'm desperate for something that will move me forward in what's happening.
Yes, I completely understand. We're all looking for that. I believe we're making headway. We have these calls to keep us sane, really, so you can talk about whatever it is that's on your mind and not worry about ridicule or going locked up to some insane asylum.
I know all of that.
How many years have you been?
3, almost 4. Out loud V2K.
Oh, you said 3 or 3? Okay. Yeah, I'm going on. It'll be 5 years in August for me.
There are examples that have been shown to me recently that display that it took place many years before I was a 24/7 victim, and I'm not trying to differentiate. I understand everybody's in the same boat, but the out loud V2K hit me more than 3 years ago. And before that, I believe there were behaviors and things, and I obviously understand that things took place before then.
We have the knowledge to produce the evidence and enforce laws.
Well,
I don't know how long exactly.
There are those that have the opinion.
My daughter's 8. Is she going to be in this her whole life?
Hold on, we'll get to that. But there are some people that say you've been targeted since birth. I have 3 young children at home, and this worries me to no end. So can we talk more on the other side of the break?
I would like to. I help them up. Sometimes they put me to sleep.
Hey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we know about that one.
Sometimes I welcome it.
Good evening from Tahoe,
yes, I hear that.
And the Republic Broadcasting Network. My name is Frank, and I will be your host. You can call in and ask a question at 800-313-9443 or listen at 605-313-0163. Okay, we have Steve from North Carolina. Go ahead, Steve.
Look how many drones calls your store and back.
Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Very good, sir.
I don't know quite what to say, but how do you keep from not killing yourself? Everything that's going on.
I keep a very positive attitude. That's my...
How do you do that?
I don't have any choice. I have...
I tried to. I put a gun. I put a gun to my head years ago. July 12th be 5 years, and now I'm blind. I didn't do it right.
Oh,
and I was thinking the other day. I went and bought me a razor knife. I was going to do my veins open. How do we keep some keeping on.
Well, one thing that I love to do is help people, and I've got a real big chance here to help people, and I'm devoting and have devoted the rest of my life to stopping this. And I will do whatever I have to do to make that happen. And
well, I'm a smoker. I smoke, but I can wrap belt around my arm, and my veins pop up, and I can lay them up easy. So why should I keep on keeping on? Huh?
Because you have a voice. You can join with us and make your voice heard. You can put your signature.
What? My voice don't count.
Yeah, sure it does. This is a case where one voice, together with many, puts this at its end. See, years ago, we didn't have the media that we have today. We have one of the largest media networks in the world at our disposal.
That's a real call?
We have
this is radio. Yeah, it's a real call.
That's a different human in distress calling them.
It's somebody who called in.
In fact, there are few things in your life you enjoy. And you got to enjoy the few things in life.
Something's going on.
You have to find people of like minds. And
Linda?
Yeah?
Yeah,
yes?
I just sent you an incredible video. You're going to be stunned.
You're in North Carolina,
thank
right?
you.
Okay. At email, your email.
Okay,
well,
thank you. I'll tell you in a while about another stunning thing that happened to me today, but I'll tell you later. Okay?
Yeah, that's not a problem. North Carolina.
Do we always discount the people that are desperate? I mean, that guy's making a Mayday call. Do we always talk over that?
He sure is. He sure is. Well, they can't hear us, and no, they can't hear us. We're just no, we don't talk over Mayday calls. No.
I mean,
I'm
at that point in the voice of skull, even though I have the children.
Yeah.
Where I have a vial of pills. I have a plan.
Yeah, but you got 6 kids, and I know that probably doesn't help a lot right now. It's overwhelming. But
I also know that somebody in the voice of skull keeps me going.
Well, that's interesting. You mean emotionally is good for you? Is that what you mean?
No, I mean somebody keeps me from pushing so hard that I take those pills, because if they push hard enough, I'll bottle the.
Okay.
I've never heard anybody else so desperate as me.
Okay, you take my phone number down, please.
The biggest thing.
Will you?
You're Miranda. What was your name?
We have.
No, I'm Linda. Just take my phone number
let
down.
Let me give you my number. You call me.
Well, you can call me.
I don't have.
Not too many of.
I don't have a.
Okay.
Yeah. You got mine. Just call me and let me know.
Just a minute.
I know we're talking over other people and they might get mad. I'm not trying to make anybody mad.
No.
Appreciate
no,
that.
we're not. No. We're just listening in on a radio program.
I've never heard anybody else sound like that. That man sounded desperate, right?
Didn't he?
What I'm going to get into now.
Just a minute. I can't get my
is a little bit deeper into.
We're all not at that same level of desperation, though. Keep that in mind. Frank said, because I don't have a choice.
No, you can.
Frank said, because I don't have a choice. He actually does have a choice. He chooses to be positive. He chooses to think, I'm gonna beat
Frank
this
tried to
thing.
tell me that, but I'm so beat. I'm not capable. I don't feel strong enough to go.
I hear you.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
Yeah,
but do these calls, do they help you in any way?
They were able to ascertain.
I've never had one before. This is my first one.
Yeah.
I thought I talked to you the other night. I guess it was somebody else.
Okay, Angie, your number.
To the code.
Honey, you may not want to give your number out.
intelligence patterns.
824
And we're also
747
able to
3575. And I'll recognize your voice. What was your name?
Linda. I'm Linda Costanzo. Yeah.
From?
In 3 dimensions.
California.
You're a long way from me, baby. I'm on the other end of the fucking country.
Talking helps. Talking helps.
Okay.
3D
okay.
We can talk, and believe me, there's. I know. I was. There have been times I've also thought, why bother anymore? This is a nightmare.
I carry a vial of pills,
and
if they don't push me hard enough, I don't take them.
Okay, we talk. We have to talk. We need to talk. When you feel that urge, we'll talk, and we'll find something to laugh about. Trust me. That's
call me Linda, so I have your number.
Put a sound
I've got children, and that's what keeps me going.
Yeah, well, laughing a little bit, and maybe a little knowing that you've got support and other people who want to help and who are in the same place but works through it. That's good information for you.
I've never met anyone that call struck me because I've never met anyone that.
Yeah.
A number.
Well, that poor guy.
Of things. Because it's not.
We have now because I've been there.
Beam.
I've been there. I've been at a point where I've just thought, who cares?
A sound.
Yeah, I live that every day.
Yep.
In the morning I might be okay. At the night I might not. But the 24 hours are so long.
This is holographic.
I'm so tired.
Sound.
I know.
I
wish you could call me.
Strange name.
Only because I just want you to have my information.
At targeted
just let me give you my information. If you hit a low that you think you might take those pills, please find a way to call me.
No, if you lie down.
Somebody send me their number. I'm desperately seeking anybody like me.
Darkened room with headphones.
I have 24/7. I'm not abstract. I'm clear. It's 24/7. I don't know if it's the government or who this or that. I understand that it's happening, and I'm not crazy. And I have small children, and I'm trying to stay alive for them.
You will swear.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize for anybody who's trying to listen.
No. That's all right. We're here to help.
I know Frank's somebody who people revere, so.
Try it.
Honey, we're here to help. So you can, that's our job.
Listen. Somebody talking about ending it with a.
So this
I can't even talk with a jar of pills. That on the edge. This takes precedence over the radio show. My opinion.
Everybody.
It's been
Is there anybody I'm talking to that understands that I think that the jar of pills wouldn't be enough because they could surpass that?
What does that mean? What do you mean?
I could drink 5 beers and walk straight.
Like we are gathering.
Or they can bypass your brain in a way that you don't feel the way that you're supposed to as a normal human.
This is why
people. Yeah, and all of that
they cannot.
All of that can be done electronically too.
Yeah,
so,
I believe it's electronic, but
we'll help.
I don't know if it's enough.
There's got to be a guy.
We'll help you do some shielding. I promise you this. Your grasp right now, your view of life will change.
There's nobody there.
I promise you. I was so desperate when I found this community. They
could go.
And I'm much better now.
I'd open the freezer.
Excuse me. Can I interject for a second? This is my first time on the call.
And they work with noises.
I was really Linda. Can I have your number in California?
We'll say you walk in the bathroom.
I need information on shielding and all these things as well. I'm brand new to this.
Sure. Let me give you my number. Okay, both of you. Let me know, please.
I don't have. You call me. I don't have a pen. Angie in South Carolina doesn't have a pen.
I've got it. Okay, I've got it. Okay, 209.
Okay.
728.
But as I said,
8803.
This is holographic sound.
Okay.
Let it ring for a while. Let it ring for a while because I don't always get to it right away. Okay?
That's okay. Okay, I'll probably call you tomorrow, okay?
This information.
I'll be right here working on stuff. Okay.
And I'm listening.
And what's your name again? What's your name?
My name is Tara.
Tara? Tara?
They did this dolphin
Great. Okay, Tara.
research
I know
too,
another Tara, and I'm very. She's a delight.
Off
She's a
of
delight. Anyway, okay.
Oahu,
Okay.
Hawaii.
Thank you. Bye. Talk to you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
And they had offices at Sea Life Park.
Angie, are you still there? Well, this really worries me.
And commuted between the
Angie, are you still there? Angie, did you say goodbye? Oh, I think she said we were saying goodbye to her. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. Huh. Well, I'll call her tomorrow. You know?
So,
and I agree with you. I'm glad you said that somebody who's desperate got a bottle of pills in her pocket. That takes precedence over our listening to something.
There are thousands.
Great point. That was a great point, Dave.
Yeah. You know, I wanted to give her my number as well, but to be honest with you, like I had a really bad day today. Crippling anxiety and depression. You know, I don't know if it's them or just my circumstances.
You can go to
I believe it is them. They know exactly what frequency gives you an elated love. They know what frequency can make you angry. They know all of this.
And there were thousands.
Which is
the first time I went in.
So far out there, but I know it's real.
Oh, it's real. And they've been doing, but you know those pictures you see online or wherever when they're researching the brain, or and you see somebody with a cap with all kinds of electrodes going on. They know what areas of your brain will cause what reaction. They've been studying that for years. They can zap you in one area and like tweak your fear. Which is what they love to do to me.
Things
it's happening.
That people don't understand.
Did I throw you off on that cap with electrodes?
Believe it or not, has the ability to see. This is why everyone gets so screwed up. This is coming right from Dr. Flanagan. And what he did with his neurophone device is throw it 180 degrees out of phase. So one side of the broadcast was, we'll say, at 330. The other one was at 300 out of phase. And the difference is 30. Now, where do you suppose that the speech was? In the 30. And that's the only way they can do it. Now, this emulates, or actually is, heterodyning. They send two beams that are out of phase, 180 out, but out of phase. And where these beams come together, that difference is heard. And this is where V2K comes from. Wherever these two beams come together, this is where the sound is. And I am a firm believer that the voice to skull and the attacks are coming from possibly two locations. Because I've been in power outages where I wasn't really attacked. Now, I'm looking at a 20-hour plus power outage. The V2K was still there, but they really couldn't do anything. And I had never seen them in a 20-hour period be so, shall we say, back into the woodwork. So that's my belief. And I really encourage people to call so that we can get some opinions on this. But feel free to write me at frank at targetedmassachusetts.org and write with your questions, write with your opinions, things you'd like to hear on the show. But for right now, write me with information, your personal information, on where you hear your V2K. Now, your skin, as you know, is the most complex organ. In addition to being the first little of defense against infection, the skin is a gigantic liquid crystal brain. This is what he is calling it. The skin is also piezoelectric. Okay, I'm sorry, folks. We're going to commercial. Be right back in 3.
It's growing more and more apparent today that news is perceived less and less through standard media.
Linda, are you there?
I'm right here. Is that
this
Dave?
is David.
Hey,
David from Rhode Island, but actually I'm from Massachusetts. I just happen to be living in Rhode Island right now. There's one thing I have neglected to do or chose not to do, and what that is shielding.
Okay.
I've never attempted to shield myself, and it's probably to my detriment.
Could be.
Do you have like a decent way of shielding yourself? Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you one thing I do use regularly, and is our magnets.
Yes.
They're just so effective for me. Therefore, in fact, they're hitting me again right now. They've changed locations, so now they're hitting me in another area to cause me to have problems walking. Bless their little crooked hearts. So I just when I feel them hitting me, and I know when you're getting hit. It's like a little.
You know what though? I don't know. Honestly.
Okay, if you have a repeated, somewhat either painful or something that's just kind of like knocking at you, you get a repeated area that they're doing that. Believe me, I think for me it's like they hit one area and it affects the whole leg. So I keep that area wrapped with magnets until they decide to change the area, until they change up. But it worked. Magnets are just, to me, they're just a gift.
Do you know? But Linda, what kind of magnet? How do you wrap a magnet around your leg?
I just wanted to say something quickly about the magnet thing, which is interesting.
Yeah.
The first year or two that I was aware of this, I was like wearing some, jewelry, I guess you would call it, bracelets, whatever. One of these bracelets had magnets in it, and they like fixated on that, take that off, like non-stop. They had this thing about that bracelet, so maybe it's because it has magnets in it.
Absolutely.
That's just a wild speculation.
No, it's not. I think you put the facts together very well there. I mean, no, you're putting that together.
Linda.
Yeah.
Linda, what kind of magnets? Tell us exactly what kind of magnets you're referring to.
Neodymium, or otherwise known as rare earth, rare earth, or neodymium, but that's a little tough to spell. So.
Once again.
Rare earth.
Where do you get the rare earth magnets? Do you order them online?
I get mine on Amazon, and there are
too much time left.
Articles you can use that have like Velcro to attach. You can wrap them around your legs, your arm, wherever they're hitting you. That's what I do. you know, and it's just pretty amazing.
Discovered
it stops them in their tracks.
Patrick Flanagan, Dr.
It's who has me.
And
you
Dr.
know?
Alan Frey.
They also have, I don't know if anybody has issues with their eyes, but Amazon has some, you know, eye things you can wear at night, like an eye mask, that have little magnets all around them.
We don't have too
so they can protect your eyes, especially at night when they like to hit you.
Wow.
Yeah, really.
You know what? I've had perfect eyesight up until this last year, 12 months.
Yeah.
And it's happening very quickly.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not a young man anymore, but I always assumed
call one another.
You know, if the day comes that I need to wear glasses, it's going to be a gradual sort of thing.
When we go. Well, you know, microwaves do cause what are those things that cover you, that when your eyes get kind of, but what are those things, you know, the eye problem where your eyeball gets kind of covered up with some kind of a
President Trump.
Okay, I forget. Anyway, I forget the name of this thing, but
that's okay. Are you talking about like swimming goggles or?
No, I'm talking about when your eyes get hit by microwaves, they tend to create a protective layer over your eye for you. But the problem is it also makes seeing a little difficult. What is that?
15,000.
Sorry, I can't remember the name of this issue right now, but not to worry.
Linda, that's cataract. Linda, that's cataract.
Thank you. Thank you.
15,000.
Okay. Love you, girl.
Well, thank you. My brain was cracking here.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we need.
We blank on the damnedest issues, you know?
Yeah, I know.
Organize and get tight.
I feel so.
No, I
so
have
much
to have cataract surgery because of this, you know. And now they're still hitting me in the eyes. I had to have cataract surgery, yeah. And my eyes have gotten so bad. Oh my God, just like David. Yeah.
You know, there are good vitamins out there that really are effective for eyes.
Or any kind of.
Yeah, I got the vitamins that you know, lutein and that other one that Luda was talking about.
Right.
I've been taking them religiously. Yeah.
Good.
Oh, thank God.
I think that's just. In fact, my brother had an issue with his eyes, and would you believe, an MD actually told him to take vitamins? So unusual for those guys, you know. But that will help him.
They don't
help him from having it progress.
They
I don't know.
Like the fact
I don't know how he is. And I don't care. But you know, at this point, and I have good reason.
I know your reason. Yeah. Yeah. This is Tony from LA, so we spoke together.
From LA. How are you?
Yeah. Oh, really? You know, hanging in there, Linda. Like
I've been worried about you. The last time we talked at any length, your son was getting a little pushy. Am I right?
Yeah.
How did that turn out?
Bad. It's really gotten bad. Yeah. I'll tell you about it later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear it. Okay. Good to hear from you. I'm so glad you're okay.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Linda. You know I love you.
Oh, love you too, my friend. I've been worried. Where is she?
What's it?
Well, we're echoing because somebody's just, whoever's on the speakerphone, could you do something else? Get off your speakerphone.
Could you just not be?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm back. Hi, Linda.
Oh, there's Frank. Hi, Frank. How you doing?
Hey, Frank.
How you doing?
Good. We kept things moving for you while you were in your. Of course, we unfortunately talk over you sometimes, and we're sorry. But
that's
it didn't.
Fine.
Yeah.
No, you had it's there so that you have the opportunity to listen or not.
You know, and we really, all of us went, oh my God, and that poor guy was talking about why should he bother, you know, continuing to live? Bless his heart. You know, we all kind of worried about him.
he missed the first time. That's why he's blind.
Yeah, I know. I heard.
What do you say? What do you say to that? You know?
I bless his heart.
Yeah.
I don't. I don't. We really shouldn't be trying to shoot ourselves in the head. It just doesn't work. Besides that, it's really. But I used to work for a lady long time ago who tried to commit suicide by shooting herself in the head, and she ended up deaf. And I couldn't hear anymore. And but she lived, and like this poor guy lost his eyesight. My God, bless his heart. But we do have a lady on here, Angie, and I think it's her first call, and she's feeling pretty desperate herself. And I'm not sure if she's still with us, but I just thought I'd mention that.
Angie's a wonderful girl. She's
from sweetheart.
She has 6 children.
I know, God. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we let her know we loved her, and we'll be right here for her, All
right. We had a person from Colorado who was speaking with her, and the person from Colorado dropped us like a hot stone.
Whoa. Do you know why? I'm sorry.
She just did.
Yeah? Huh.
Yeah, well, I handed her a lot of dough to bail her out of her electric bill and bail her out of her phone and bail her out of...
whoa.
Wow. Just trying to help out, just because she was desperate, You can tell when she was desperate. But I guess it's not desperation. It's,
looking for... Yeah. It's too
bad.
Made
me feel like a sap. That's what I feel like. But
it never feels good to get worked, have somebody work you over.
No good deed goes unnoticed, Frank.
Yeah.
No good deed goes unpunished is actually what I think. But yeah.
That works too.
Yeah. Exactly.
But an eye for an eye left the whole world blind.
Yeah, if it's consistent. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna grab a hot coffee and I'll be right back.
You're gonna get coffee?
Yeah, I'll be 2 seconds.
Oh, I just wasn't sure I heard you. Yes.
Okay.
We'll be right here.
All righty.
Okay.
Linda.
Huh? Yeah.
I want to say something, not directly to you, but to whoever. And I'm not looking for answers or sympathy or anything like that, but when this first started with me, I went through the initial shock and horror,
Yeah.
But, within 6 months to a year, I felt a lot better about, what? Nothing's going to happen to me. They're not going to throw me in a black van and cut my hands off, right?
Or your head.
I'm like, right.
Yeah.
But I didn't give any thought to my wife and my 3 young children. So my marriage right now is so rocky and so just messed up. And it was like a switch was flipped with her. And I'm not blaming her. God knows I've changed over the past 4.5 years.
Yeah.
And I'm sure she has as well. But it's tough. Picture this, me sitting at a computer today, bawling my eyes out, listening to Willie Nelson. You were always on my mind.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's a tearjerker. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
Gets to your heart.
That and John Lennon's Woman. You know that one?
No.
I never meant to feel pain. So let me tell you again and again and again. No? Never heard that?
No.
I know I'm not a singer, but I tried.
I was going to say, you're not John Lennon, darling,
No. I'm Julian Lennon. You should look that song up. Not that I want you to cry, but it's just a beautiful song.
Thank you.
And I don't know. I don't know what to do with my family, my marriage. Right now, I'm sitting out in the middle of the woods, in the middle of nowhere, sitting around a campfire.
Well,
and I
that's
did that. It is nice, and I'm enjoying it, but I did it because I'm like, when I'm in my house, it seems to be the worst. Like just anxious, can't make up my mind on things.
Yeah.
It's just hard.
Yeah.
And
they make it as hard as they can. They make it as hard as they can on you. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And so, with her blessings, of course.
Yeah.
I'm out here in the middle of the woods, sitting around a fire, and spending the night in the woods, and see if that gives me any solace.
Yeah. Yeah. You won't be near as much radiation. We know that, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So that's got to help. But bless your heart. Yeah, we all kind of get to that point, and then we shield, do some shielding, and
I got to do that.
Yeah, really, it does. It can help a great deal. Some people say no, it's useless. They'll just find another way. That's okay. So will I. They find another way. We'll find another way. We can do this.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I understand that for sure. Yeah. But what I also think is they can manipulate you. They can let you think, oh, that's working for you.
Yeah.
Right? And
can someone hear me?
Almost in a way steering you in a way to spend more money that you don't have.
Yeah.
So I'm not
trying
to discredit anything.
But the good news is that that magnets are cheap and they're effective. So when it comes to spending money, magnets to me is about the most inexpensive shielding I've found. You can always go to Less EMF, has all kinds of things, and they kind of work.
I could probably.
Linda, did I reconnect?
What?
What did you say?
You heard me. Okay, good. I was trying to reconnect. I'm not trying to disconnect from the magnet conversation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
I'm listening. Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, that's okay. You can have it.
I'm thinking I might go to like a Lowe's or a Home Depot tomorrow and get some neodymium magnets.
Or rare earth. Yeah.
Rare earth, yep. And give it a shot because I kind of regret not taking steps to protect myself. But better late than never.
We do what we do when we can do it. And
right.
That's just, they like to stop us from doing good things for ourselves, but they can find a way.
Yeah, Linda.
And then come on call. Yes, Frank.
I just wanted to say that Tracy was supposed to be calling the Carolinas for Angie, and she dropped it. And
that was Tracy? Oh.
Yeah, it was Tracy. Yeah.
Oh. Why am I not surprised? I don't know why I'm not surprised.
I don't know. I've known her probably a year, I think, or a little bit more. So she was always willing to help out, and she seemed trustworthy, But I found out a little too late.
Yeah. If your intuition says no, listen, in my opinion, that's where I finally gotten to is I am through trusting everybody and everything, I just, if my intuition says don't do that, then I don't do it,
Yeah. This is the hardest thing to do, to change venues.
Oh, yeah.
I said, I'm going to try, a free conference call Monday. And so I sent letters out and everything, and I figured everybody would find them, read them, and, follow suit. But
well, I couldn't find you for a while, and I understand. Benetti told me I probably have an email from you, but I went and looked, couldn't find it, went back, but I found you on Facebook, so I finally found you.
Okay,
but you have 33 people here. That's a pretty good number, you know.
Well, that's not good for a Wednesday night, but it sure is good to have you.
It's good for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Same thing here, Frank. I mean, I remember hearing your name tossed around, you know, doing the calls. And I was driving back from Boston one day, and I thought of you. And I think I called you, left a voicemail. Since then, yes, we have spoken, which is great. But I really, really enjoy your calls, and it's just a matter of the word getting out, I think, for the numbers to go up. Maybe it's a good sign the numbers aren't up. I don't know.
Oh, well,
you know that
we were there.
That the V2K will convince you that Frank is, or anybody associated with Frank is the enemy. Does anybody deal with that? Because I've dealt with that for several months, and I spoke to it personally.
I still have faith in humanity. I still think that there are more good people on this planet than there are bad. And I am not going to live in fear. If anyone on this call wanted to meet up tomorrow, I would be there. But I don't care if it's a Dunkin'
Are you in
Donuts.
South Carolina?
No, I am in Rhode Island, Massachusetts area. If I had an income and gas wasn't such a deal, I'd probably drive down to what do you say, North Carolina or Virginia?
South Carolina.
South Carolina. Yeah, that's kind of a hike.
By chance, I came across them, but
Paula.
They mention him constantly if there's anybody there that has a they instead of an abstract. They mention Frank by name constantly, and it's sometimes hard to understand good and bad.
Don't believe them. Those voices, screw them. They'll tell you anything, you know.
I can't count how many lies I've been told, you know? And like I was saying, until you burn me, I trust you. I'm a trusting person.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to, stop making friends because they might be this. No. I don't care if I'm the laughing stock of the world. I'm not going to be that guy. I go out, I talk to people, I make friends.
I recently read something that said fear is one of their main tactics, causing fear in you. And they do try to keep us off balance with all the things that they pull. And when I realized fear is only a tactic, it's just something they use, that they push. It's all of a sudden I started not feeling fear. You know, it's like, oh, okay, fine. This is a tactic. It's not real, you know?
Right. And like I said, after about 6 months or a year of this, I had no fear. I still have no fear.
Good.
I've grown in my religion. I know I'm not alone.
Yeah.
So I've never been afraid. So if they're feeding off my fears, they're starving.
Good for you.
Yeah, that makes two of us.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, too, something else that they do is they do these things and watch your reaction. And some people think they get paid by each reaction. So I just figured, okay, so if you don't react, they won't get paid, and maybe they'll move on. You know, do something else. You know, if we just don't react. That makes sense?
Yeah. As far as reacting goes, all my correspondence have been telepathic in nature.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. I do not talk to them verbally, but they did catch me 2 times. They were saying something like, we are this and we're trying to do this, and we need to know if you're on board. And I would think my answer, and they'd say, no, I need to hear you say it out loud. And I did. And they're all rolling on the floor laughing, So that happened twice to me. But, so,
yeah.
I'm just at a loss for words, I'm a positive guy. I try to stay positive. Living through this, worrying about my kids, worrying about my wife. It's just, I can handle this on my own.
Yeah.
But, anyways.
Yeah, well, one of the reasons I have distance from my son is I don't want this to impact him. So I can imagine how worried you would be,
Yeah, because I just got done spending a few hours with my eldest son, who's 24, and I was contemplating, sharing my story with him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is that a good idea? Should I do it? Should I not do it? And, I haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't know. I feel like I want to tell him. But
you might not.
It's going to get him in trouble if they start attacking him. I have to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah. Yes. I agree.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Hello?
Hello?
Can anyone hear me?
Uh-huh.
Can you hear me? This is Mary from Mass.
Hi, Mary.
Hi, Mary from Mass.
Yes, don't do it. Don't do it to the gentleman who's speaking right now. They finally let me wake up enough to hear conversations because it's an interesting topic tonight. Yes, Frank, I did find it on your message, so I'm happy I found it before tonight. I went and looked for the newsletter for last night's call, and I found the one for this night. But to the gentleman who's speaking, I don't know your name. Yes, this is Mary from Mass, and I wouldn't tell him because I did it with my daughter, and we don't speak anymore.
Oh, okay.
We don't speak anymore. She thinks I'm absolute. She thinks I'm nuts. You know what I mean? You might end up in a nut house with your own family putting you there.
Yeah.
The sad part about it.
Thankfully, my wife believes.
Good.
Wow.
Good.
I mean, thank God for that, because I don't know where I'd be if, she thought I was just a nut job.
How long have you been affected by it?
I'm sorry?
How long have you been affected by it?
Since August of 2014.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a TI for over, I don't know. Well, it's hard to know when it began because they really have you all investigated before they even let you know that they're there. So, but well over 12 years, between 12 and 20 years. But it's really hard to say because, when you look back on it, it's like, oh, all right, well, then that makes sense about this and that,
Yeah, right.
From years before that. So I'm saying it could be up to 20 years here. So, and I have 3 grown children. And it's sad because I don't have a family anymore,
Me neither.
And I don't.
Did you raise those children?
I don't.
Did you raise those children in a voice of soul, in a video game life? You did? And you still see them now?
Who are you talking to? The lady from Mass?
Yes. She said she had children. She said she's been in maybe 14 to 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
That was
this is me. Yes, I did raise them. They were grown when it started happening to me. So,
Yeah, so they're in their 40s now. I'm in my 60s. It's very sad. They totally destroyed my family. Right now they're doing a number on me because I do have a job. They're trying to ruin my job. And right now, the things that they can't do directly to me, they do to my friends and my family. Very strange how they really affect a number of people around you. 2 days ago was an interesting day at work because it seemed like there were so many things that were so many different scenarios that happened that were, shock type of things. But then at the same time, on the same day, 4 different people come up to me and offered me something different to eat, which that doesn't happen. So I usually have the leaky pens or the pens that dry out, but now they're doing it to other people that are around me.
Leaky pens.
Oh yeah. No, I'll have pens. I'll have a bunch of pens, but I go to write, and I'll put my hand in my pocket to get my pen in it, and then my hand gets full of ink, and then I'll go get another one, and that one's leaking, and then I'll go get another one, and that one's dried out. And this is I'll have 4 or 5 pens the same day, but none of them work.
We need to get you a pocket protector.
Yeah, right.
Well, now I
have
a bunch of them, and I put them all in bags. So now they're doing it to, like I said, they're doing it to friends and other family members, where they're saying, "Oh no, I got a leaky pen," Yeah. That, or I'll go use an envelope, and the envelope is already sealed. It's just nonstop bull.
Yeah.
So I thought that was strange with 4 different people asking me if I wanted something to eat. Or they send people, because I work in a public place, they send people in to do, play out the scenarios in front of me, and I know that they're just there to harass.
Street theater.
They'll be, yeah. Oh yeah. It happens every day.
Yeah.
But it's really, really sad what they did to the family. So it's one of those things where you lead that double life. You lead the life with your family, and it's like you don't say anything about it because they think you're nuts if you do. But there's certain things that it's very hard. It's very difficult to have any conversation because something always sneaks into it that's related to you being harassed.
Yeah.
Which makes it really hard because you're living it, but they're not. So you can't. It causes arguments because you can't even deny. You know what I mean? You can't say what you can say comfortably. You really have to think a lot about. Well, I can say this, but I can't say that.
Yeah. Right. Would you say I'm lucky in a way that my wife believes that this is happening to me?
Oh yeah. Oh, I think you're very lucky.
Okay, yeah, I do too, but because
yeah, my mother did it first, but then as time went by, she didn't anymore. And when that happened, it was kind of like I got stabbed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah. What they ended up doing was they ended up also saying things through my mother.
Oh wow.
Which totally shocked me. Because I was having a conversation with her and I was telling her about people breaking in my house and stuff like that, in which she believed, and then she would question, but why you? Why are they doing this? Like I don't know why. Well, can't you do this and can't you do that? And she would try and reason it out, and you just can't reason it out. Or they do things to my car, but then the next day they do something different to my car, and whatever they did before is fine.
Exactly.
But they break into her house all the time, and she dismisses it all. She just had two house keys made, so other people could have an emergency way of getting in her house. And what did they do? They stole her key. So then she had to go ask one of the people she gave a key to for the key to make another copy for herself because the other key got stolen. It's horrendous. The things that they do. It's really sad. I get the V2K too. And that was another part of the family destroying, because they did tell me to do things or say things that I believed and I shouldn't have. Although some of the stuff that they said to me is pretty interesting, and some of it was educational too. When I did.
Oh, you're talking about the perps? What they told you?
Yeah.
Right. No, I totally hear you. If I'm driving down the highway, both hands on the wheel. Both hands on the wheel.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? That's a good thing. Or, don't do this.
Exactly.
And I think to myself, well, you know what? I kind of agree with you on that. I shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
But,
They did that to me while I was in my house too, and I was cleaning, and they were telling me that they wouldn't do it that way, and then they'd really do it this way.
Yeah, right.
They're telling you
no matter which way you do it, it's the wrong way.
They tell me to go outside, and they wanted me to take a walk around the yard, and they were telling me things about my yard. So it's the weirdest thing. Yeah, they were telling me about things in my house, and you should get rid of that, and I wouldn't eat that,
They're telling you how to decorate your house.
How to clean the cat litter box, and and then they wanted to see me taking care of my cats, and how I might have been too rough on this one, and then I would do the other one, and they said, oh, well, then you can't treat them the same way, can you?
Oh my. This sounds like my mother. Wow.
And you know what? Linda, I listen to you a lot. A lot of times I don't have the energy to talk, but I do listen. I really enjoy when you're on the call.
Well, thank you.
You said something that totally blew my mind last week. You were talking about your locks to get in your house. And I don't know whether or not you ever met another TI who uses combination locks and duct tape.
Do you?
Yes.
Oh my God! Welcome to the crazy group.
I do.
People.
I do.
Yeah.
I
good.
Do. People know me as
she
too. But you know what? It works. I know when they've been in my house.
Yeah.
For the most part, I don't know how they're getting in at other times, but I do know when they've gone in there, because they go out of my way to let me know that they've been in there.
Yeah.
And I didn't hear 100% of what you said, because I don't seal it off the way that you seal it off. And, this is a brand new call with few people on here, but I think that when I first started, it was, how am I going to do this best? And you said that you use more than one color. I don't. You had something else that you put on top of that.
Fingernail polish, designed in fingernail polish, and then I take a picture of it, so that if I come back and they've tried to, how are they going to redo that?
Well, the bad part about it is if you do that and they have access to your photos, then they can do a duplicate of it, because they have the picture of what you did.
Yeah, but if you use two different colors of duct tape, 3 different colors of fingernail polish, they're going to be awfully busy.
But then you need a huge bag to carry around, and my bag's big enough because of being a TI and the things that I carry that I don't feel safe leaving at home.
I hear you.
But you did crack me up when you said that. It's like, oh my God, I found another TI who does the same thing. No, because I won't ever. It's one thing how it destroys you for the rest of your life, because I will never trust regular locks again.
Yeah. Well, that might be wise, really, because but boy, they'll go to any lengths. One time I went down to the corner when we still had payphones to call a locksmith.
I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
It was the phone was making. It was you were talking.
It was
strange
garbled.
on it. It wasn't.
It wasn't.
Well,
okay. Well, I'll talk straight at the screen. I'm on my computer. Okay. This locksmith, they've already gotten to her, even though I just went down to the corner to make my phone call from a payphone, so they couldn't listen to my phone. She tried to talk me. A locksmith said, "Well, you can't really keep those locks. That you probably don't." It was like, what? You're in the business of selling locks, and you're trying to talk me out of it? they've already gotten to her. I think, I don't know. But they're tricky.
Oh, I still can't understand it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I wonder.
Linda, you're breaking up.
Yeah, it's the transmission of your voice isn't coming in clear. It's like a digital transmission, of it. But what they do with my combination locks is they're freezing them. So I don't know if they're using the satellites and the magnets or whatever, but they don't let me in my house.
Oh,
and
wow.
And I do the lock over and over and over again. But I mean, I've been out here. The other night I was out here and I sat out here doing it. I mean, it's like right now I'm writing down in a book how many times I have to do the lock combination before they let it open. But I mean, one night I was here until 5 o'clock in the morning, and exactly 5 o'clock in the morning, they let the lock work.
Huh.
You know, it's it's someone somehow is manipulating them. I'm thinking it's with magnets, because I bought. I'm on my third brand new combination lock that they've done this to. So it's not a particular lock being bad. It's whatever they're doing, that they're doing it to the next lock and the next lock. So, and you know, it's tough. It's tough.
Well,
you know, because they
then,
go out of your way.
Yeah, the thing is, and then they will mess with them so that you can't lock them. Have you ever had that problem? It's like the shank won't stay in.
Yes, I had that, and I did go out and buy another one. Yeah, that happened to me just in the past couple of months. You know, so it's just one of those things that every night I don't know how long it's going to take me when I get home from work. How long it's going to take me to actually get in the house.
Yeah.
You know, so
you might want to buy one of those. You know, I'm going to say like a metal chopper, something that will cut into. Yeah,
I know.
You might want to keep that in you. Yeah, or on you.
You absolutely need. That's one of those things that you have to have, or else you're going to end up getting in your house by way of a broken window.
Exactly. Yeah.
But anyway, so I'll let the conversation continue. But I just wanted to put my 2 cents in on this gentleman. He said he's not that far from where I am because I'm in Massachusetts.
Where in Mass are you?
I'm not. I'm near the Rhode Island border.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to say exactly where I am.
No, that's fine. I'm not going to
Rhode Island's
push you.
a small state. You know, you can get through one from the longest part of Rhode Island in less than 2 hours. You know?
What is it, 59 miles diagonally or something? It's
I'm not sure, but you can travel, you know, the length of it in only a couple. The longest way through Rhode Island, it doesn't even take 2 hours. So
no, you're absolutely right.
Yep, I'm in Southeast Mass. So,
that's where I grew up. That's where I am right now. I was just going to see if you wanted to sit around a campfire with me and talk crazy things.
Oh dear, it is frustrating because you know you're so far and few between everyone that it's tough to get together with anyone who can relate to. I mean, you can't talk these things to the everyday person. You just can't. So I got together with Frank and a few people last year. That was great. And you know, well, hopefully we'll be doing that again at some point. Because it's tough to get everybody together too. So
yes, especially targets. Somebody said, you know, getting together with targets is like herding cats. They just don't go there, you know.
Well, either that or make you sick. I mean, you're all you know excited to do it, and then either they make you oversleep, you know, or you get tortured, or someone gets tortured, you know. So I mean, or they do something to your car, so you can't get there physically.
Yes.
You know, so it's extremely hard. So, and you're all the way over there in California. So I mean that's a bit of a distance. Now, are there any around there where you are?
Targets? Yeah. I think more than they even know themselves. You know, certainly because there's more targeting in California, I think, and Florida than pretty much any other state. So I've heard. I don't know if that's still true, but yeah, there's a lot of targeting that goes on in California. A
yeah,
lot.
I knew there was in Southern California, but I thought you were in Northern California.
I do.
But I think Florida. I heard Florida's really bad. I heard Connecticut's really bad.
Really?
Yeah.
Can I just butt in for just 1 second?
Sure.
What part of LA? I mean, not LA. What part of California are you?
Northern California. It's a little place that no one's ever heard of. Is Murphy's.
Oh yeah. Well,
Tell
it's
me.
probably a beautiful, beautiful place.
Well, it's got lots of pine trees. That's nice, but it's also, I don't know. It's a little perpy around here, I think. I don't know. It's nice. Nice view. Woke up the other morning. Snow in May, which was so weird. But it's like out of my bedroom window, these huge snowflakes were falling. And then, and when it really snows, my backyard looks like a Christmas card. And that kind of makes it all worth it, all worth moving here. Yeah, it was really nice.
I'm glad we're done with that. It's been raining all spring here. It's been very frustrating. We haven't had many nice days. So I'm looking forward to the nice weather.
Do you notice any difference between any difference between rainy days and clear days in your targeting?
They always have something to target. If you're doing your food shopping, and I think somebody was talking about food shopping tonight, and I was sitting in the parking lot of the food store when you were talking about it, just ready to leave. I mean, it's like, I go to food shopping and they're playing songs that have to do with something that was in the conversation. You know what I mean? Stupid stuff.
Yeah.
Or the food that you go to pay. If you make out a list, it's not, they don't have it. So I don't make lists anymore. I'll make a generic list like paper goods instead of of toilet paper. I'll put paper goods, and then I'll put protein products instead of hamburgers.
Fish.
I mean, it's like you can't.
Yeah.
You can't because they're going to the flyers with you. You can't make a list out anymore because the stuff you put on your list is they'll have someone at the store make sure it's not on the shelf. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It is. One time when I very first moved here, a friend of mine and I were talking about what music stays in your head. You can't get rid of it and you can't stand it. And I don't know how that subject came up, but I was telling her that Police Navidad, when that song gets in my head, it goes around and around. So we were talking about that, and then I went to the store, and what song was playing when I walked in the store?
Exactly.
Police Navidad. It was so bizarre.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that happens all the time with me. So and the frustrating thing about it too is I think he was talking about it too with the song. I mean, they'll play the songs like that have what do they have? I Got You Under My Skin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
That's funny.
Just different songs that you loved the song before, but then when they keep doing it like that, then you don't ever want to hear that song ever again.
Yeah. It just annoys you, right?
Yeah. It's real, very sad. Very, very
but
sad.
Music does bring up your vibes, and
it does. But you know what's great? Because I do enjoy listening to classical music, and you can't harass them with classical music. Although they did that on Sirius on the car when I had the car, and if you listen to jazz, like just music, just the music part of jazz without singing and whatever, it's like it's really kind of hard to harass you with happy tunes, from pure classical or jazz. So I mean, I love music of most kinds. But if they know that there is something that they heard in a conversation and they found a piece of music they can harass you with in a public place, they will do that. I think it's the Spotify. I think I read that somewhere that they can do that with a thing called Spotify. I tell you, you're a target, and then you get educated so much about so many things because you're looking this up and you're looking that up, and
I know. Look at how much more. Look at how much more we know now. Look at how much.
Listen to Frank's call, and half of the people sound like they're half doctors. you know, but you really are, you know, you educate yourself so much, and then you know, normal people, you know, it's like they're hearing you talking, and it's just like, why do you know all of this stuff, you know? You didn't go to medical school, but you're just trying to learn. You're just trying to figure out what's going on with you.
Exactly.
You know, and you just, you know, the more you research, you find in more and more things that kind of put another piece in the puzzle.
Yeah.
And the puzzle's never going to be complete unless they, you know, unless they catch these people. And then I still think the puzzle.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say one thing on that topic.
Sure.
I've realized, because there is a handful of people that I've shared this story with, but I noticed I'm telling this story, and it's like matter of fact, if you understand what I'm trying to say. And, you know, the person I'm telling it to, they don't know anything about what I'm talking about, so I sound crazy, but like, was that you, Mary? We all go online and learn everything we can about everything. Not that we want to, but we kind of have to.
Yeah.
So we become educated in every crazy thing there is, and then it makes sense, and then we tell a friend or a family member about it, and you're just talking, you know, normal, like, oh yeah, yesterday I got my gas in my truck filled up. Oh, really? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's a good thing. But here I am talking about all this crazy stuff, matter of fact, you know. So I've noticed that, like, I have to, you know, if I'm going to share this, I have to tone it back and just, you know, you can't just say matter of fact, you know, like, you know, because it's matter of fact to me, but it's not matter of fact to them.
Yeah. I mean, we can listen to any PI call and we can really pick up and we can know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
When I first started talking about it with family members, well, mostly family members, I remember a few of them saying, "Wow, you're really smart," you know. But then when all of the other, the gang stalking and street theater and other things were happening, I'm telling them that people are breaking in my house. Then it went from "you're really smart" to, you know, it's like don't talk anymore because we're not believing you. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, it's been really hard what I've gone through, especially in the past. You know, in the past 10 years, I mean, I do get I get the street theater, I get tortured. They've been doing that now. They're doing it to me at work, so I think that they want me to quit because now they're starting to do it in the middle of me having a conversation with someone else, and then you can't continue the conversation because you're getting tortured during the conversation. And then I'm saying, I'm sorry, I just got this sudden headache, you know, but you know, they're trying to continue on with the damage in other areas of my life, you know, because I did go to work and get a job, and you know, I have friends at work, so you know, they just want to ruin anything else that's making me happy.
Oh yes, they can't allow happy. Happy is bad to them. You know, happy is bad for them, and also connecting with loved ones. You know, that nice connected feeling.
Yeah.
That is so rare now. You know, they don't want you to have a happy family.
Now, how many kids do you have, Linda?
I only have one. I've got really 4. I had 3 stepsons and my own son. So I raised 4. You know, God bless them. Now? Oh, I don't talk about that.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know whether or not. I mean, they were all adults and on their own. Though,
yeah, they're adults. So they're adults. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's hard. It's really hard. I mean, and you know, and I'm a single person, so I mean, it's just me. And it makes it hard too because you're a target and you might want to. I mean, I always wanted to remarry because me and my ex, we split up. It was 1986. You know, and you really can't. Because I first of all, I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody new. But even, you know, with people that I knew before, it's like I'm a totally different person. And you know. So you kind of have to accept the fact that you're probably going to be alone for the rest of your life, and the rest of your life could end tomorrow, really. And people would think it was when you died of natural causes when you didn't. You got targeted to death.
Well, keep a journal. Keep a journal and fill someone in. In fact, I just had a discovery today that was unnerving, and so I'm going to just write it down and send it to a few people because I want them to know if something happens, this is what it, you know.
Yeah, that's what I did that's what I did with my daughter, and she's got 4 of them, and those are hers against me. So that's kind of, the journals turned her against me.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Because she read them and she said, "You need help."
Oh my God. Oh, well, my sister told me I was delusional and needed to seek serious help. That's
exactly, okay. Exactly. So that kind of ruined the relationship, and now I wish I didn't, but at the same time, I had to, so that somebody would know, like you said, because you have to have. I mean, you have to let somebody know.
Yeah.
I mean, if something happens to you, I mean, you don't want it dismissed and never known about, especially if they find out, if they do put an end to this program. I mean, all the people that were targeted, that even to us, there's a lot of people out there that already died that were targeted that nobody will ever know they were targeted because, they didn't write things down. Well, nobody knew. I mean, it's sad. It's sad to know that that don't belong there. Yeah. That's really sad. Yeah. So.
Do you guys remember there was a guy, Ron Gilman?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah. He
California.
Yes, I think so. I think he's dead now.
Yeah, he passed away in his motel room.
Oh, man.
Do you know what the circumstances were?
Heart failure, I believe.
They can do that in a hot minute,
He got all the eyes on disability. Yeah, he was really famous for it. He got found a way to get the TIs on disability.
Oh my. Oh, well, no wonder he's gone. Oh my.
Hell of a nice guy.
I mean, yeah, they wouldn't want that kind of, somebody helping TIs. Oh my God,
Okay.
Bless his heart. Yeah. Wow. That's too bad.
Well, I'm very thankful that I found the calls and found. I mean, I only discovered the Frank's call. What was it? A little over a year ago. Up until a little over a year ago, I was alone.
Yeah.
I mean, I just ended up getting a phone that had internet on it because I didn't even use the computer. And then I typed in the search bar because they told me I was a targeted individual. They told me that. So I typed in, "I am a targeted individual," and then all these search things come up, and it's like, oh my God.
A lot of other people are too.
Online. Yeah, but I mean, somebody told me that I didn't.
Oh, really? Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, they told me, because you got the V2K, they told me I was a targeted individual.
Wow.
So that's where I heard that. So,
yeah.
Isn't that strange? I mean, it is
cool.
Strange, the things that they tell you in V2K. I know they had me driving around one night telling me to shelter in place, and it was like I didn't know what the heck they were talking about. But I'm thinking, okay, well, I'm going to stop the car for a little while. And I think that's exactly what they wanted me to do because I was going too fast with the satellite,
Yeah. Bless their little hearts.
Oh, I tell you. It's, there's a whole other world that exists outside of society, and we're living it. Yeah. It's I don't know whether we can call it purgatory or what, because it's certainly not bliss.
Yeah.
If any of you have Netflix, I recommend seeing The Black Mirror.
Okay.
I have a free membership for a month, which is due. My month will be up in a few days. So what was the name of that?
Black Mirror.
Black mirror. Okay, like a scribing mirror. Okay, cool. Thanks, Frank.
One of my daughters just got a Fire Stick, and Netflix is on it, and we're watching. I don't know if you ever heard of it, the 4400, the 44,000.
I don't know what it is.
The 4,400. It's about all these people that it's a kind of science fiction, but there's some. They were all these people that disappeared in all different time periods, and then they came back to Earth. And they're different. Some of them have different powers, and then there's one of them that can read minds, and there's one of them that can heal, and there's kind of like almost a sort of a TI feel to it as far as they're living a different life outside society, out what do you call it? Beside society.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's very interesting. So I'll have to check that Black Mirror out too. I mean, I know there's a lot of movies out there that have that kind of a feel with, and another good one was Shutter Island. I don't know if you saw that or read the book on that one.
Sounds
that was
familiar.
It was a book that I read, and it was kind of with this guy, and it was like, is he, at the end of the book, you found out that he was in a mental institution, but at the same time it left you wondering whether it was real or whether he was in a mental institution.
Wow.
So it was really good. I mean, they were talking about this place doing all these experiments and everything, and it's like, I'm reading it and I'm saying, this stuff is really going on. This book is true, I don't know. There's so many things that are happening behind the scenes all over the world that people don't know about, and we know some of them, and just
way too many.
The amount of things that are happening. I mean, whether they're happening in the universities or just in someone's basement, some quack. I mean, it's awful. I mean, I'm thinking that we have a whole a whole section of society that was really raised in labs. Because we've had all of this Planned Parenthood and everything, and then remember a few years ago they had that thing with the body parts and everything, and it's like, I mean, now now if you listen to certain shows, I mean, it's amazing the kind of things that they are experimenting on in labs and in hospitals and colleges and stuff like that. Just the things that they're working on. It's really amazing. I mean, you can just go to the different college websites and read their, what do you call it, when you read the classes that they're teaching and what the classes are about, and a lot of it is very AI related. Very, very much so. It's a scary future, because a lot of it's all based on extending people's lives and trying to get people to upload their minds to computers and stuff like that. It's very, very scary. Very scary.
Did you, speaking of, I think it was colleges or schools or whatever you're talking about, it turns out that Harvard University recently, like in the past few months, they're going to do this test, this experiment, and they're going to drop particulates from the sky in an effort to block out the sun.
Yeah, well, some people think that's the claim, that these contrails that we see with the aluminum in them all. Some people say
bariums.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that they what they're now doing is saying that's happening. The reason the government's doing that is to protect us from the heat. Okay.
No, they're not.
No.
I have a feeling that's tied in with 5G personally, but
interesting.
Harvard came out and said yes. And here, we are doing this. We're going to put particulates in the atmosphere in an effort to block out the sun. I think they said they're using something like calcium sorbonate or something like that. Yeah, because a year ago that was a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Now it's fact.
Now it's Harvard. Yeah. We all trusted Harvard, right?
I don't trust anybody.
Yeah.
That's not true. I trust people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I wanted to run something by real quick, if that's okay. I assume that we all have this "why me?" What did I do to deserve
Oh, I know
this?
why me. Yeah.
Oh, I would assume you're lucky to know, because I don't know what's worse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I have no idea.
Yeah.
But I have a million theories, but I have no idea. And this one in particular is I've had multiple trips to Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, to be more specific. And this is where my wife grew up. Mm-hmm. And it's a beautiful, beautiful place. But the religion there, being a melting pot, kind of like the United States of America, but it's mainly Muslim.
Huh.
So I'm wondering, is it that I ended up on some list because I've been going back and forth to this country?
Well, it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
I mean, you know how is it Kim Jong-un?
Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Had his brother-in-law
murdered.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the airport I've been in half a dozen times. Kuala Lumpur International Airport.
Wow.
Matter of fact, the last time I was there is when the Malaysian airline plane started disappearing. I was in Malaysia, and I'm like, oh, this is good. I got to hop a 777 tomorrow.
I would have been paranoid to get out of there. And something like that, I don't know that I would want to go on a plane at all.
Well, being in a plane for 26 hours is not fun. That's for sure.
No, it's not.
No. Good God. I remember first time I flew was from L.A. back to southeastern Massachusetts. And that was a 6-hour flight. And that was rough, but nothing compares to 26 hours.
Yeah.
But that's it. Thank you for listening.
Okay.
Everybody brings something different to the table.
Sure do.
Can I share something that came to my attention today, which is a little scary? I've had problems with my heating unit for my house, and had to replace the circuit board, which didn't exactly surprise me given what they can do to circuit boards. And then it stopped, and it was working fine, and then it stopped working again. And the gentleman was here today, and he told me that the reason I'm having problems is the motor that blows the carbon monoxide. When something combusts, it creates carbon monoxide. There's a part of your heater that will blow that outside, or should, so that it doesn't come up to you. Well, that had been frozen and wasn't working. Okay, and what worries me about that is they said, and don't.
It's called the draft motor.
Thank you. So you know what I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Well, that motor seized up and wasn't working. And he said, don't be trying to use this because the carbon monoxide is not going outside if it even starts. And he said you could also start a fire if you push it that too much. I've been sitting with this thing. That's very scary to me. Two things with the heater. It could start a fire, and the carbon monoxide could have gone straight up to my house. And I got new locks on the doors, and somebody, that's a long story, but the keys somehow ended up with somebody else who also got in my house and changed other lock. It's a nightmare. Anyway, that was just kind of scary information to receive today. You know, I felt like somebody might be trying to get rid of me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. And that really brought it home because I've been attacked, I've been hospitalized. Those kinds of things have happened, but that was way, way back when. So I kind of thought they were through trying to kill me.
You never know. You never know.
This is very disconcerting. So all of you guys, please have anything like just have the safety checks done. You know, I think most areas have an agency that can do that kind of safety check for you. Just make sure everything's working right.
It's called a wellness check.
Okay, good. But we really need to make sure that we're healthy and they haven't messed with something that might appear to be natural death. You know, just protect yourself. You know, please.
Yeah, because they can make you seem like a natural death when they could have killed you.
Well, carbon monoxide, you know. I mean, how many people die of carbon, you know? Yeah.
I tell you, someone hit my car a couple of months ago, and I got, it spent like a month in different places, getting fixed. And then I'm thinking about it, and you just wonder when you go pick up the car whether or not it's rigged for a car accident.
Yeah, you do. So. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I brought it home the day I picked it up. I went to go pick it up, and I'm looking, and there's two tires on one side of the car. They're peed all over. They peed all over it.
Oh, please. You know, they love doing that, don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, it's to let us know that,
At first I thought it was with the tires, and it was like, I don't like the way the water's shedding on that tire. It looks like somebody peed all over it. But then I went to the other side of the car. The other side was fine. So I was like, all right. And they were using that as a toilet.
They're always peeing on the rain stuff.
There's something split on the windshield, too. It was like someone did that. And I'm just, you get in the car, and it feels like, okay, what's going to be wrong with it now? What's going to have to be fixed?
Yeah. So, and what did you just say, Frank? Oh, Lorraine's house? They always pee on something on her house?
They're always peeing on something of Lorraine's, yeah.
Yeah. Me too. Somebody messed with my washing machine.
I heard you say that. Oops. I heard you say that.
Yeah. And so while I couldn't do laundry, they just got real busy and peed on it. So I've got like yellow stains on my it's just, that's nuts.
Yeah, I've got in my car, and it smelled like urine too. So.
Oh God.
It's
well, I think that's to let us know we're not worth anything. You know, they try to let us know that we don't matter, so they can just pee all over us.
That they're still around, and that they can enter your house and car anytime that they want. I mean, I don't know how they're doing it, but they're clipping my nails in my sleep. It's like they got the fingernail clippers, and they're clipping them below the fingernail line, so that they get stuck on anything. Exactly. That's what I'd like to know.
Yeah.
Because I know that it's not me.
Okay, I'll be right back, Frank.
All righty.
It's not a very safe feeling, because I have no idea how they're getting in, But, they clip my nails in my sleep underneath the nail clip line, so it's not something that I would have done. I mean, it happens like at least once every 6 months.
Huh. Oh, dear. Stop. Jesus. Oh, dear. Oh. Oh, come on. Jesus.
Hello?
Really?
We're all still here. Yeah, it sounds like Linda
say?
had an artificial draft. In other words, instead of a chimney with a draft, she had an artificial one that actually measures the draft, and the motor pulls what it needs to out to maintain it. And it should be, I think, 0.2 or something inches. But yeah, that's dangerous. That is really dangerous.
Just a minute, no, you can't do that. Ow. Ow.
Yeah, Lorraine gets in some really big scrapes, I think. She's had, oh God, she's had her shrubs torn up. She's had satanic symbols drawn inside her drawers. She's had really all kinds of things happen.
Yeah, she gets a lot of that. Yeah, they do stuff to the inside of my house and the outside of my house and with the plants outside. But I've heard Lorraine talking, and it's like I don't get all of the symbols and stuff like she does. That's terrible.
Okay. Oh, stop it. Oh, man.
What happened to the puppy, Linda?
Am I still on?
Yeah, you sure are.
Oh, okay. All right.
Wow. Okay. Jeez. Okay. Should I put it in there? I don't know. Damn.
I just put the change to free conference call on our website, so if anybody needs to see it, they can look on the first page of events. You can look on Facebook, you can look on Twitter, you can look just about everywhere and find the info. Yeah, this woman, Lynn, called me and she says, "Oh, we've been worried about you." And I said, "Wow, we moved."
Hey, Frank.
Yes, sir.
I'm one of your most recent programs, I guess, radio show.
Right.
You were talking about how you were going to get into your story, and you started getting into it.
Yeah.
And I was enjoying it, and then I think that was kind of the end of it. I don't know if you just had some really good guests, and you put it on the back burner, or.
Yeah, I have to. When I get a guest request, I have to.
Yeah.
All that. But
yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm just really looking forward to hearing your story, I guess.
Sure, no problem. Yeah. That'll be one of the things we do for sure.
Excellent.
Okay, I think I'm going to click publish because it looks pretty good. Yeah, if you ever need any information about what's going on with us, just go to our website. RBN is there with all the times. Free conference call is there with all the times. And anything else happening in the community is usually posted there. Like last year's TI gathering on August 29th is posted there. It's going to go in the archives this 29th. This August 29th, sorry. Just getting a little bit tired. That's all right, though. Now I got to do all the changes. Well, I got 3 on the conference call listing. I got to change that. So, Mary, what else is new out in your area? Well, we have a series of brick walls out here. Is anybody on there? I don't think I'm muted. Wow.
I'm here. I hear you.
Okay. I'll have to listen and make sure I had enough schematics going into the mic on the radio show. It sounds like Linda's having trouble with her pooch.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there.
Oh, man. Okay, I'll try this. Okay. Okay.
What happened, Linda? Did he get out of control?
Move. Out of the way. Good. 1. Honey, got it on. Good boy. Oh.
Okay. You know where I've been finding a lot of stuff, and that's Activist Post. A lot of good stuff there. Oh, and The Guardian, too. I like those. You know, I was really surprised what effect the Neurophone by Patrick Flanagan and Alan Frey's work did for V2K. They dumped it right in our lap is what they did. Okay, I've got a request from Mike Mason to play a video. It's from Kyle, and it shows a former Merck rep who was targeted by Big Pharma. So I think we'll do that.
Hey guys,
Well, let me see. I don't think the video's too long either, but Mike is really good people. Damn. So it sounds like everybody had a busy day today. Don't everybody talk at once.
Yes, I think we had busy days here. I agree with you, Frank.
I just had a really rough day today. Just, you just feel beaten.
Yes.
The only way I can describe it, when you just need to back off because everything you're looking at just looks bleak and horrible, and that was the last few days have kind of been like that for me. But I do know that in time I'll bounce back and be back in the ring.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will. We all bounce back. We're good at that. We get better as time goes on because we get used to the idea and we start doing it. We do it quicker,
Right. Yeah. And we pick each other up.
Yeah.
I'm so bad with names, but that lady with the 6 children.
Kids. I know, we're all, bless her heart. Yeah.
She's talking about what she's talking about, and you jumped right on it, thank God. Hey, listen, here's my number. You call me before you ever think of doing that.
Yeah.
And that was great. That was great.
Hey guys.
Yes.
Mike Mason asked me to share this video.
Okay.
It's probably not too long.
Okay.
I'll have to check. And it's from Kyle.
Bless his heart.
Everybody, thumbs up?
Thumbs up. From here.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Hey, guys. This is Kyle, a.k.a. Vulcan Wolverine, a.k.a. Vulcan Wolverine 2. It is 6:20 p.m. on May the 14th, 2019. First of all, I just want to make a short video to do some updates and some really important information put out by TruthStream Media. First of all, I just want to wish everybody, especially all targeted individual women, a happy belated Mother's Day. I hope you had a good one. And even if you didn't, you can just, whenever you do have a good day, just, make that your Mother's Day. But, even if you're not like a mother, like you still are a mother of this earth, and you are really appreciated. And all of you women, targeted individuals, are so beautiful and courageous.
Can everybody see that?
Yeah, well, yeah.
This for you guys.
Thank you.
Wish I could fix this for all of this. But I just wanted to say that Happy Mother's Day. I had a pretty good Mother's Day. Hung out with my family. I've gotten pretty good at not kind of pushing the targeting aside and enjoying being with my family over many, many years. It's been really hard, but I've gotten to a point where I can do it pretty successfully. You know, my mom was saying how it was like the best Mother's Day she's had, and it was very happy for me. You know, I gave my mom, my grandma some orchids and stuff. So very good Mother's Day. You know, sometimes we do just have to push the targeting aside and enjoy the people in our life as much as we can. So we'll have those happy memories. So when it gets really hard, you know, it's kind of boosted me a little bit. I'm like, oh man, I had a great time on Saturday and Sunday. My brother did a crawfish boil, and then the next day my aunt barbecued, and you know, we all kind of sat around and just talked about kind of little stuff, and it really made me happy. It gave me a boost to be able to deal with, you know, what we have to deal with. Okay, so happy Mother's Day to everybody, especially, well, I guess target individual women. I guess I wouldn't say happy Mother's Day to you guys out there. Second update, the CES Ultra electromagnetic transcranial stimulation device. Good news, it's working a lot better than I thought it would work. One complaint, it chafes the ears a little bit. To have these attachments that fit on the ears, and it does kind of create like a tingling sensation because it is an electromagnetic frequency. You want to keep your ears like really, really moist if you do get an electromagnetic transcranial stimulation device, because it's kind of chafing my ears a little bit. I don't use it like, you know, I think for normal people who aren't being directly targeted, this device can be used for like depression, anxiety, sleeplessness, but they would use it like maybe 45 minutes or 30 minutes and stop. My hair is getting really long. I got to go get a haircut soon. It's something ridiculous. I'm going to make a little ponytail for myself. But like a person who is just using this for depression or anxiety, you know, they would switch it, because you can switch it to like 30 minutes. Y'all can't see this, but there's a little thing for 30 minutes or 45 minutes or continuous. Now, I've been doing it continuous during the day, and it's like, I mean, it's really, really helping. Like, I'll give you an example of one thing that's helping. Like, when I make these videos, my attackers will give me that fake physical anxiety. Like, it's not a mental anxiety. Like, I'm not anxious about making the video or whatever. They give me that physical anxiety, or when I'm talking to people who it's really important to have a good conversation with them, to me, you know, it helps that a lot. Like, it tones that down. So a really good thing about this that I think is going to come out of it, that I'm going to be able to figure out, is what is our attackers creating, like functioning MRI type fields around our head, hacking into the vestibular system, stimulating nerves under the cranium, under our skin on our head. Like, what is that? What things are our attackers using that for? And what is deep brain stimulation? Which I think would be the bidirectional stream of light, like actual light that's going through to nanotechnology or to actual regions of our brain. So I'm going to try and figure that out. I haven't, like, it's affecting everything in a positive way. Like, the V2K goes down. When I take it off, the V2K goes back up. So V2K is like very, very scattered. I don't know how to explain it, but it's muffled, very muffled when I use the device. I don't want to sit like this so my hair doesn't show. But it's a good thing. It's working a lot better than I thought that it would work.
Oh, wow.
I guess I got to be honest with you guys. I'm happy about that, right? I feel a little bit better. I'm still getting tortured. I'm still tired. It interferes with what my attacker's doing. a little bit, I'm like, okay, well, great, this works for me. I spent $270 on it, which is going to knock me down for like a month or 2 months. You know, I'm going to have to really do without a lot of things. Maybe even like cigarettes. I'm not going to be able to. Man, I guess that's not too bad. But I'm like, you know, I just don't think a lot of targeted individuals are going to spend $270 on the device. So I'm like, it works, that's great, but like, I guess that's all I can do is like try this and then tell y'all it's working, and then, you know, if you can afford, I wish I could buy everyone, you know, one of these. Now the good thing is, and so it's kind of depressing. It's like, yeah, I found something that really works, and like especially like using this during the day, using the electromagnetic transcranial stimulation device during the day, and then at night using Dave Case's CD, and then I'm using all those other defenses too. My attackers are having to switch up things day and night. They have to switch things really fast. So I'm making my attackers' jobs really hard, and the automated systems job really hard. So I'm very happy about that. I'm like, nobody's going to buy this. You know, it's $270, even if it's like, yes, it definitely works. Like, it definitely works. I'm still going to give updates. Moving forward, because I'm going to keep using it. But that makes me a little bit sad. I'm like, it's so expensive. You know, it's $270. I have it in my mind. I'm like, what's $270 versus like actually defending from a lot of the stuff our attackers are doing, interfering with it. $270 is like nothing to me. Not nothing to me, but you know what I'm saying, compared to like feeling a lot better. I don't know. The good news is there's cheaper ones out there. There are some that are like $80. I think there are some that are $60. I don't see why those would be any different. I guess I have to look into it more, because when I bought this one, I thought that I would be able to actually pick the frequency, but it's actually just, you know, general frequencies, and you can increase the amplitude. So I'm thinking that's what the less expensive devices are going to be like too. I just don't see why it would be the less expensive ones would be any less effective. So that's what I'm seeing right now. That's the good thing. But it's really working, guys. I'm going to give you all more updates, because you know how our attackers do. But there's, like, you know, with remote neural manipulation, my attackers will inject a visual and an emotion and an inner voice thought all at the same time. Like, the automated system will do those things. Now, since I've been using this, while I'm using it, because if I stop using it, they kind of get things back in. It takes a little while, but not that long, like an hour or 2 hours. You know, things will start kind of feeling up at the same level they were before I started using that. I'm hoping that longer usage of it will change that. You know, it will be more cumulative. It'll knock my attackers off for longer and cause them a lot of struggle to try and get that radio receiver signal back with my brain and my nervous system. I forgot what I was saying. I forgot what I was talking about. But I actually remembered. That was my point. My attackers just did a memory kind of attack. It was a memory attack with remote neural manipulation, but it was quicker. It like came in and then buffered out quicker. So with a lot of the remote neural manipulation stuff, and especially with the surface, like when your attackers make you really sleepy or really anxious or really depressed, and they're using that, they're using a form of functioning MRI, electromagnetic transcranial stimulation, to do a lot of that, stimulating the vestibular nerves in your ears, your eyes, under your head and stuff like that. Now, if I have this on, it's like they'll do that, but I can tell it's really artificial, and it'll kind of just buffer out real quick. It'll be like, like that, just like that memory thing that just happened now. It didn't last as long. So I guess my point is very, very positive, more so than what I thought it was going to be. I was kind of like I was negative about it. I've been fighting a lot of negativity. I'm sure you guys do too. We've been going through this so long, and I just get depressed, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be another thing. I'm going to buy it. but a lot of defenses for me have worked. So I have that hopeful, experience to kind of fight against, this isn't going to help as much as I want it to help. Helps a lot better than I thought it would. And it really fits along with the hypothesis that a lot of people have about functioning MRI, fields around our head that are doing electromagnetic transcranial stimulation. So just want to do a short update on that. Kind of want to keep this video short. So I wanted to let y'all know about that. I'm very happy about it, but it's that negative feeling that I get, like, oh, well, people aren't going to buy it. I'm going to tell people about it, and they're going to be like, that's great, Kyle, but $270, no way. And I wish that I had a fix for that. I wish I had a solution to just buy everybody one. But this is what I can do. I got it with my, with my disability money. And I'll probably be eating grits and oatmeal for the rest of this month at least, and then probably next month. But it was very, very worth it. The $270, I'm like, boy, I'm not being targeted. Like the targeting has not ended, but it's affecting it in such a positive way. It's affecting the way that my body is reacting, and my brain and my nervous system are reacting to some of the from what I can tell right now, all of the remote neural manipulation, which I didn't expect. I expected some of the deeper brain stimulation, like the manipulating the visual cortex, inner voice stuff, things like that. I didn't think that it would affect those. Probably the thing that it affects the least, well, external hits. It's not doing much for external hits, but that's why I use grounding, and that's why I use this too. But the thing that it probably has the least effect on, that I can tell right now, is the V2K. It kind of mumbles the V2K a little bit after I'm using it for like an hour, or 30 minutes to an hour, and then when I take it off, the V2K will reach the same kind of level. It's very weird, because the way you perceive that V2K is just, humans haven't done that before, like actually hearing something in your inner ear that sounds directional because it's a signal going down to the inner ear. But that's probably the thing that it least affects. That's the V2K is the hardest thing, and I've talked to other TIs and some TIs, and I've had some success with defending for V2K too. But it's definitely the kind of one of the trickiest things that they do. I really like this. I really like, because I always get my attackers, when I would moderate calls, when I do when I do videos, they will always give me this physical anxiety, and it's not anything. It's like before I make the video, before I moderate, I don't have like butterflies in my stomach. I've been doing this a long time. I've gotten used to it. I've gotten used to just talking on video, and I, just gotten used to it. I'm comfortable with it, but I'm definitely gonna have to get a ponytail thing. That's one thing that is really good, and you guys will probably see me wearing this. And most people will probably just think it's headphones or something like that for the video, so I don't think it'll look too weird. But you'll probably be seeing me wear these when I do videos, because I just feel like I can think better, I feel better. Definitely did not end the targeting. My targeting is not gone, but it's affecting it in such a positive way. That's what we got to remember. I don't see any silver bullets right now for defense. And some, I don't see any silver bullets for defense. So adding things together, grounding. There's got to be a less expensive way than this less EMF headgear. So I've had to buy so much. Buying this is more expensive than the electromagnetic transcranial stimulation device. There has to be something cheap like this that we can stack on our head. But this really works together with the grounding, together with Dave Case's CD, together with supplements, cleansing, and this is definitely a tool now in my arsenal. And I know a lot of you guys, probably some of you, I don't know, I guess all of you probably see the value in defense. We've got to try and tone down the intensity of these attacks so we can fight this better, so we can think better, so we can strategize better, so we can explain ourselves better, so we're not, flying off the handle when we're, because when you feel like you're being murdered, which, I kind of still feel like that, but it's toned down, it's bearable, right? Goes on and on and on, which is a tough thing, but right now it feels bearable, right? But when you're in a state of like, oh my God, I can't make it another day, and you go and try and explain this or get help or anything like that, people are just going to see you as a crazy person. So I feel like the calmer we are and the more that we can get defenses, it's going to help us to move forward. Plus, prepare for the worst, hope for the best. I hope this program ends this year, but we've got to prepare for I hate saying this, but it feels this is a process, and this will end. This program will end unless humanity's done. I mean, in that case, if they keep this program going and drawing people in, and they keep doing this and just to destroy our whole thing, and that just happens, But if society is going to keep going and we're going to have country still and civilization, this program will have to end. But it is a process. It is a process to end this. We need God's help. It's just not going to be a one-hitter quitter thing. It's going to be all this stuff that we're doing, everything we're putting on social media, class action suits, individual court cases, some of the local news, picking this stuff up, where it's going to, these big national Cuban embassy and China conflict, it's a process of those things changing public perception, and then the power behind public perception will win class action suits because the authorities will have to act when the public is outraged, right? But it is a process. So I'm just saying, and, miracles happen. I hope that, I'm preparing, that's the worst case scenario, that this is a process that may take a couple more years. It'll get better and better as we go, though. So I want to give encouragement and hope, because this will get better. We will get more help. There will be more defensive things. I don't know if anybody else out there has tried one of these. Let me know in the comments. Be like, did it help or did it not? This seems like it's really, really helping from remote neural manipulation, I mean, just what I'm doing right now is completely effective. Because usually if I wasn't doing this, I would be like, I'd feel like my chest was caving in, and I'd be like, that's how I feel. I know I don't sound like that, but that's how I feel, like when I do a video. Not because I'm nervous about the video, because my attackers are doing electromagnetic transcranial stimulation, only negatively. This is positive reinforcement, electromagnetic transcranial stimulation to the nervous system in the brain. It's really working. So I'll cut it short. I always babble on a lot. I really wanted to just show, that's all the updates. Most important one being Happy Mother's Day, all you beautiful women out there. There are no words for the evil that this society and some of the men at the top are doing to you beautiful women. And there are men out there who really care. We really care, and we're fighting for you, the best we can. I see all these TI guys out there, they're fighting for. And you guys, like I was talking to a beautiful targeted individual woman on the phone the other day, and I was like, I think you guys are going to have to fix this. I was kind of just joking, we've got to fix it together. But I've just seen such really courageous, strong women. They get things done. They do it. They do what they need to do, and they work with other people very well. There are men that do that, So I'm not dogging on men or anything. Really hating that long hair. Okay, so let me get to this information. This is an article from Activist Post, Alternative News and Independent Views. This is an article about the gang stalking part of targeting. And let me read some of this. This article is by Melissa Dykes, and then I'm going to show a video by True Stream Media, which Melissa and Aaron Dykes do. She is a true journalist. Support those guys in any way that you can, because they're really talking about important, like, news, like globally important stuff that people need to know for their survival. All of us as targeted individuals are talking about it, and it's very important. The editing, they edit things great. They have good production value, good videos and stuff like that. And it's very important. That's really important in today's media, social media or mainstream media. People are used to good production value. When I started making these videos, naive. A lot of people call me naive. And I am for a purpose. I'd rather remain a little bit naive, because you can change the world in very positive ways if you don't go there, if you don't go to the dark place, right? You don't let your head go to the darkest place you can in situations. You can do a lot better. You can help a lot more people. You can change people for the better. But I really thought, hey, I'm just talking on my phone and I'm getting out this important information. The information is going to be popular because people want to survive, right? And this is important information. It's a little bit foolish. When you're putting out important information, you need to make it somehow kind of entertaining. I don't see why. I think it's important, but it's true, and I've seen a lot of people that are very creative, and they know that. They got their finger on the pulse. I'm going to start trying to do better on that, but honestly, guys, I just want to be honest. I don't know. I was supposed to stop doing videos like on the November video bomb, not this past November, but the November before, because I'm just, I'm just talked about this for so long, and I'm going through it, and I'm just I want to balance what I'm doing about this. There's so many people speaking out on YouTube. I'm going to keep making videos, I just don't know how much I'm going to be making videos, and I'm going to be making videos. It just depends. So, like I say, I want to do all this stuff and, make my editing better and, actually edit some documentaries together. But what I might do is just stop making so many videos and then edit some good pieces for us. I don't know. I got to think about that, and then the money to get a good editing program. I got to check out what I have right now. I think I have a free one, but it puts a watermark on everything. Okay, let's get started with this, guys. So, former Merck employee targeted for harassment, intimidation after speaking out against forced vaccinations. And this is by Melissa Dykes from August 3rd, 2015. This was in 2015. I think the video they put out on YouTube is even more recent. This has been out since 2015? Wow, how did I just find out about this? Because this is a targeted individual who is a high-profile targeted individual. So once upon a time, Brandy Vaughn worked as I think we're all high-profile targeted individuals. I think we're all worth the same. But, I've got to admit, society works a certain way. People with the title of doctor or politician or, they're doing this or that, and that they're looked at differently in the public. They're a higher profile. People listen to them more, which is, I kind of want to go back and get a doctorate, so I can say I'm a doctor, and people would maybe, because I think, I'm not going to go into that, but it's how our system is built. It's how this evil happens, because, doctors in the mainstream, it's good in a sense that we got Dr. Horton on our side. We've got Dr. Eric Karlstrom. We've got a lot of doctors, so it's Dr. Robert Duncan, so it helps us in that way. But on the other side, there are a lot of doctors, and I guess they're accredited doctors, but they just say, oh, this isn't happening, it's mental illness and stuff like that, and then people listen to them. Y'all know what I mean, though. It's a society is set up so a title means more. I've never seen that. When I interact with people, it's like, how smart is that person? I never thought about titles or anything like that. I guess when you go to the doctor, you do listen to them more. It's changed for me. Like all the authority, like trusting authority implicitly has got us to this point. But I see even in the target individual community, we still go to authority. We're still caught in the system of like, does this person have a doctor in their name? What kind of company do they work for or whatever? I don't know. I'm not going to get into that. And it's good in certain cases, like Dr. Horton. It's good. That's a good thing. Dr. Robert Duncan. It's a good thing that people listen to them more. I just cannot make a short video and just get the information out, can I? Okay, so once upon a time, Brandy Vaughn worked as a sales rep for Merck and Company. Merck and Company, selling a deadly drug called Vioxx, which hurt and killed a lot of people. Brandy found out that her employer did this with prior knowledge that this drug was dangerous. She quit and began to question the entire healthcare system, including the vaccinations that pediatricians later attempted to push on her infant son. Now Brandy speaks out against vaccinations like the ones peddled by pharma giant Merck. She has been a loud opponent in the fight against forced vaccination bills like SB 277, speaking at multiple protests and rallies against this blatant medical tyranny. I didn't know that this was like so far back in 2015, and I can't believe I did not see this story, or another targeted individual didn't like tell me about this. But that's why I'm talking about it right now. A video was sent to us made by YouTuber Andrew Levitch detailing the kind of intimidation and harassment that Brandy has been suffering of late. This isn't your average case of harassment. Someone or several someones has not only gone at length to break into Brandy's home on multiple occasions, but to let Brandy know her home is being invaded each time in the most obvious ways possible. They presented her with her lost hide key, almost like a present on her doorstep. Does this sound familiar, guys? Does this kind of targeting, this kind of gang stalking sound familiar? Once she changed locks and put in an expensive home security system, whoever it was picked her new locks. Sorry, guys. Picked her new locks. My mouth is like really dry. Excuse me, all. It's a big difference. Like having this on and using this when I do videos, it's a completely different feeling. I don't feel like I have to rush. I don't feel that rushed feeling like I've got to get every word out before I forget it. And I'm a little bit calmer. You know, I'm a type A personality, which I hate. I was never a type A personality in my life before the targeting. It really is. It's really working good. I'm going to give y'all more updates on it though, because I want to see what my attackers are doing. This is working, and it fits along with what I was thinking was going on. You know, for some of it, you know, integrated directed energy weapon systems, integrated neuro weapon systems. So they're doing a bunch of things. They're doing a bunch of different things from a remote platform. Okay, so items that she had hidden have been moved around in her home and left out to let her know someone was there doing it. A ladder from her garage was taken out and left open under her bedroom window. These are blatant acts of intimidation meant to scare her and let her know she's being watched, and that apparently her home and possibly her phone and anything else connected to the internet is bugged. And I would say, and I said this when I watched the video, and I'll show you all the video, I was like, they can just bug you. Like, they don't have to put bugs in your home. They can just surveil through you. And people have to realize that. It's time. It's time. Even if you're not a targeted individual watching this video, they can bug you to even know what your inner voice is thinking and stuff like that. They tap into you with electromagnetic frequencies. See through your eyes. Basically, they're just getting a visual from your occipital lobe. That always happens. Like, I've seen other targeted individuals. I forgot to turn my phone off. I'll always turn it off before I do videos because it never fails that I will get a text or call during the video. I forgot what I was saying. Okay. But like, you know, when I was watching, see, it was quick. It was very quick. This is good. This is good. Oh my God. Okay. You know, I wanted to scream at this lady, not scream at this lady, but I wanted to scream at the video. They don't have to put little bugs in your house. They probably do. They do because it's like redundant systems. If this fails, they want to have this kind of surveillance, but they can tap into you. You know, they can tap into you and they can hear what you hear and they can hear what you say and they can see what you see, remote neural monitoring. So that's surveillance has gotten that far along now, everyone, and targeted individuals who are probably the most people watching my videos. Y'all know this. So important. This is just, we got to start realizing this so it can just come out in the public and the public can start dealing with it, and we can actually have like moral committees, moral, like our, you know, governments really talking about this so that people have to stop using it on such an immoral level. And it's completely possible. It's completely possible. It's just a process. It's just a process that, you know, that we have to go through as Americans and the other countries that have this, but it's completely possible that this comes out in the public and people know about it so that they're like, okay, well, if we're targeting somebody and they tell somebody, the people know about this technology now and they will believe them. So that then they'll have to stop because it won't be hidden, right? So it's completely possible. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's just when. That is a truth. That is 100% truth. Okay, so items. Did I already read that? A ladder from her garage was taken out and left open under her bedroom window. These are blatant acts of intimidation meant to scare her and let her know she's being watched, and that apparently her home and possibly her phone and anything else connected to the internet is bugged. So I read that. These sick bastards even bought her a duck statue and left it on a table on her back patio facing her home. Brandy believes this is to let her know she's a sitting duck. I get that too. When I'm driving around, I'll get vehicular harassment from exterminating companies like Terminex, and then the local ones too, because they're trying to give me this message of, you know, you're a bug and we're going to exterminate you. So they give you little messages with their gang stalking and their gaslighting tactics. These are not your average home burglars. These are seemingly high-connected intimidation and harassment professionals. And that it is a business. It is a business, and there are DHS fusion centers, InfraGard. Now with this one, with this case, let me finish reading. I'm extremely concerned for Brandy's welfare at this time. Moreover, this shows you the extreme desperation the system is under if they would stoop this low. And they're stooping low. You know, not only is Big Pharma paying off senators like Dr. Richard Pan to co-sponsor bills to force the population to take their dangerous cocktails, but they would threaten and intimidate former employees who attempt to speak out about this. Like, I'm going to play the video from Truth Stream Media. I might not play the whole thing, but I'll definitely put the links. I'll definitely put the links in the description of my video. But, you know, I see this situation. When did they put this out? Hold on. I see this situation. I think this was recent. No, this was on August 3rd, 2015. With this, you know, she worked for a certain corporation selling Vioxx for the Merck Corporation, and then she started speaking out against vaccinations. So probably the company that, you know, because military-industrial complex, that company that she was speaking out against probably had, you know, a connection to contractors and subcontractors. They may actually have a certain part of that company with the stalking and whatever. It's just into each other. Very industrial complex into each other. You know, so her, or, you know, or they put her in. Could have had connections. Somebody at the company said, put her in, she's dangerous, she's speaking out against vaccines, and vaccines, or, you know, whatever kind of crazy thing. Vaccines are safe, and she's putting the public in danger, so we need to get her on that list. And then she's a subcontractor, you know, handles her target. I don't know if she's targeted with weapons, but I think if you're being gang stalked, that you are being at least remote neural monitored, at the very least. And that's what I believe. You guys comment below if you have a different opinion or a different view on it. But somebody at that company may have just had connections. Like the head of the company may have had connections with this program, and then it may actually be people from DHS fusion centers or InfraGard doing the gaslighting and gang stalking because because she was just put into it. Now I think it's the former. I think that it's like people who it's like specific gang stalkers that are corporate, like private investigators or something like that from a contractor or subcontractor. This gets really complicated because it's like they're doing it in so many areas of society. Different businesses and corporations are doing this. You know, even Scientology does this and hires PIs and stuff like that to harass and gang stalk people. But I think that it would be that she probably is not being gang stalked by DHS fusion centers and InfraGard, but it's more likely some private investigators subcontracting out the gang stalking. Like this corporation is paying them to do it. And I would think that she's probably remote neural monitored if she's being gang stalked, because I feel like that's how it works. You know, because they want every bit of surveillance on you that they can get to know what you're doing, where you're going, when you're going, and everything like that. I hope she isn't. I hope I'm wrong. Like, I hope that I'm wrong about her being hit with the weapons and stuff like that. But you just see this, and it's like, yeah, she's probably getting hit with the weapons, probably by now. I wonder if she has any videos or any news about her since 2015. I'll need to find out about it. I didn't know this was so long ago, guys. I got to check into things better. But I still want to go ahead and play some of this video.
Just the other day, an activist, a former Merck employee, turned activist against mandatory vaccinations, who was speaking out against SB 277 and a lot of the harassment that she's been going through. It's some pretty hardcore stuff. I need to show you this video, tell you about her story, and then we need to share that so that everyone can see not only the depths that these people who run these corporations would go to silence any kind of opposition or free thinking about what you put inside your body, but also just to show you how late in the game it is for them. More people are speaking out, and they're getting desperate. This is Brandy Vaughn. She was giving a speech here, and she's seen in several other videos against SB 277. She's a former Merck employee. She sold Vioxx for a number of years, and once she figured out what Vioxx was actually doing to people, that was killing people, she quit. And she speaks out now against Merck. And we were sent this video, which I'm about to show you, because she's been undergoing some pretty serious harassment ever since she started becoming an activist for this. And I contacted Andrew Leach, and he's been kind enough to allow us to show this video. So I want you to take a look at this. This is what they've been doing to this woman since she started speaking out.
Hi, I'm Brandy Vaughn, and for those of you who don't know me, I have been an activist speaking out against SB 277 here in California.
Wow, what happened to our rights? Yep. How did I sit back and let this happen?
I knew I was going to take some heat for it, but I wasn't quite sure how much heat. And
I always feel like that guy on Lord of the Rings, you know, the King Theoden, where he's like, how did it come to this? Like, I remember saying that in my head a lot to my attackers, like a couple of years ago, just for whole days. I'd be like, how did it come to this? Like, what are people doing? And we know as targeted individuals that this is not for the good of society. They're not trying to catch criminals with this stuff. They're not trying to make society safer. They're not trying to make communities safer. They're trying to fuck shit up. Sorry for my vernacular, but it needs to be that emphasized. They're trying to fuck shit up. They're trying to cause a lot of chaos in every country divide, divide, divide. So they divide us from our attackers, and then after this is the plan to kill us off, and then they'll divide the attackers to attack each other, and then all these other different groups divide, 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 and conquer. There's this great, it's not a great video, but it's there's a video of Lady Gaga, and she explains how evil works, and she should know because she's one of those people who she's involved, with kind of this evil cult, right? She's involved with that. She makes her money and stuff like that, and she does what they want. But she also, you got to realize, some of these people that are involved in this, they're split. They're split. Like they think they have a really good side, and then they have a really bad side, or maybe they're shattered so that they have one. But apparently that day when she was talking about evil and how it divides and conquers. Now, it's really intelligent about that. It's not going to take on the whole public, right? They're not going to hit a bunch of people with this technology, say that they're doing it, and have to face the entire public. They're going to do it to a small percentage, divide out, and that's how evil works. I'm very surprised that Lady Gaga would admit that. I got to find that video and show it, but it's true. It's how evil works. Trying to split up families, they're trying to split up women and men in every country. They're trying to split up black and white. They're trying to split up, every, Latino, white, Latino, black. They're trying to split up ex-military, ex-law enforcement from general public. They're trying to all these splits, and then they'll split that group, and then they'll split that group. Targeted individuals, right? We've already been split off from society in a certain way. This is what they're trying to do. We can reconnect back. I mean, that's one of the things in my life. Like, I've stayed connected with my family no matter what happens. Even if, and my mom believes me, my dad doesn't really believe me. My aunt thinks I'm nuts because she believes everything Dr. Phil says. But I still love them, and I'm still going to connect with them. I'm not going to let this. We've got to. Well, I'm getting off the subject, but divide and conquer. Evil is always manipulating. It's always thinking, how can we divide? How can we control this? How can we do something bad and then use that bad thing to gain more control? It's always like that. I feel like I said, good is a sleeping dragon, and right now it's like kind of starting to flap its wings and blow fire. I think because good wants to help its own family and wants to live a small life and just, do normal human things and enjoy life and make the ones they love happy. That's what good wants to do. It's not always manipulating. How can we control things? It wants to make the world better. Making the world better isn't controlling people. Free will is what makes the world better. If used correctly, right? Our Creator gave us free will. He had a plan in mind. And then evil men use that gift of free will to try and control others. They're trying to control a lot of people on this earth, and that's going directly against our Creator, going against God. But I'm getting off the subject. I just wanted to make this a short one. She'll show you. She's going to show you. What's her name? I want to know her. I want to see. Okay, Brandy. Okay, it's Brandy. What's her last name? Brandy Vaughn. Okay. I want to get better at remembering people so I can bring it up later. This lady that worked for her, Brandy Vaughn, instead of just saying, "Oh, this lady," Let's see what they've done, the gang stalking that they've done inside of her home.
So I'm making this video today to describe the intimidation tactics that have been used against me to try and silence me. The first one happened when I was coming back from the Capitol rally in Sacramento against SB 277. And I came home with a friend to my hide key being on my doorstep, open to the key, and the story behind this was a year ago when I bought my house, I hid that deep in the bushes, and 6 months ago I had looked for it because I thought, well, it's probably not a good idea to have a key to my house right outside my door. I couldn't find it, but when I came back from Sacramento, that one time, it was about 2 months ago, that the key was on my doorstep, open to the key. That day I had my locks changed, and I called an alarm service, and I installed a $3,000 alarm system 2 days later. So what happened, apparently, is someone opened the door, the front door, went through the front door, picked the lock, and my alarm went off, and they immediately disarmed it with master code, which nobody had but me.
So they disarmed it with the master code, which means one of two things. They had access to that alarm company's records to know what her passcode was, or they got it through remote neural monitoring. I guess that the simplest conclusion would be that they just got the information from the alarm company, but it seems like that would be very, very confidential information, that it would be hard to just be like, hey, you know, we need that information. Even if law enforcement called and said they wanted that information, it would not be given out. So that makes me very suspicious right there, that she is being remote neural monitored, and then whenever she was doing her alarm system, my attackers know my PIN code on my debit card, they know my debit card number, they know all my passwords for everything, so I don't even try and make the passwords complicated. I use the same thing just so I can remember the passwords, but they know every little secret password and stuff that you have in your life, you know, if you are on remote neural monitoring, if you are being remote neural monitored.
I made sure nobody else had that code. According to the alarm company, at 3:45 in the morning, somebody entered in through the front door, the alarm went off. They disabled the alarm by putting in the master code right away.
I guess they could have maybe had some surveillance inside of her house and, you know, saw what buttons she was pushing, maybe, but this screams at me, because this can be done so easily. It can just be done to anybody so easily, remote neural monitoring.
Into the panel. And then at 3:46 in the morning, my hallway monitor sensor went off. So someone went down the hall. And then at 3:48, someone opened my dining room window and then closed it right away. And then, if you notice, the dining room window actually faces out towards the backyard, which is much more private than the front door, which they used to enter that time. And then they went over to the keypad, entered the code again, and then left through the front door at 3:49. After the incident, I talked to some security experts who have actually done intimidation for corporations, and they explained a few things. They said, well, they were probably tapping your place. So everything I say and do in here is listened to, if not watched. And then opening of the back window, because it's a much more private way to get in for future reference, for future visits. When I did return home, and the police came in and made sure nobody was here, and then I came in after the alarm was set off, after the break-in. And what I did notice was they had left this window unlocked, like this. And before I left for Sacramento, all of the windows and doors were locked, double locked actually. I went through twice to make sure that they were locked. So after that happened, I didn't really feel comfortable sleeping in my house again, because of course they could come in and disarm my alarm whenever they wanted. There wasn't really another way to secure the system. I changed the code, but again, who knows how they got the code in the first place. The security expert is pretty convinced that the house was tapped. My phone is is being listened to, my conversations, my text messages, and then
and that, like, you know, I'm fighting this thing. I'm fighting the need to justify everything because this doesn't need to be justified. It's happening. It's happening. Remote neural monitoring exists. Remote neural manipulation exists. A lot of people are having this happen to them. They're being picked to be targeted, or they're speaking out. Like, I wasn't speaking out about. I wasn't a whistleblower. I was just a 12-year-old kid with Crohn's disease who had a surgery, and they saw me as convenient to put me into some kind of program, and then went through it. It's happening to whistleblowers. It's happening to people from that have surgeries. It's happening to a lot of people. If you cross the wrong person in your life who has access to this program or putting you in it, you can get put into it. Ex-boyfriends or ex-girlfriends that are connected to this can put people in it. So just so many people, and I'm trying to get away from, like, I know it sounds crazy when I say remote neural monitoring, and they can look through your eyes, basically, because they're getting a signal from your occipital lobe. I'm going to stop doing that. I'm going to really try and stop doing that. This stuff is happening. And we're at a point where we shouldn't be justifying it anymore. It's happening. We have to deal with it. The world has to deal with it, or suffer worse than just consequences, suffer the end of humanity. So it's just too important. It's happening. I'm going to just probably, as we go along, as I go along with videos, I will be just not justifying things, not saying, oh, I know this sounds crazy and all that bull crap, that I try and put a disclaimer on everything and just say blah, blah. I have a big problem with that because I want to put myself in the shoes of people who maybe really don't believe in this, so that I can say, how are they thinking? How do we need to, what do we need to, how do we convince them? So I do that a lot. I don't know. I'm strategy to a certain point when things are this confusing and crazy just becomes a worrisome thing that doesn't help anybody. So I want to be strategic in the big things, but when we talk about this stuff, just talk about it. Just talk about it, how it's affecting you, what you experience, your knowledge of what you're being hit with, and I guess it depends on who you're talking to, right? I guess it depends on who you're talking to.
Both my computers as well. The next thing that happened actually was with my computer. So one of the things that the police wanted to know was if anything was taken in the break-in. Of course, nothing was, because they weren't here to take anything. I did have a computer here in a hiding spot. And when the police were here, I did actually come and look to make sure the computer was still here. And it's here above the microwave, this hiding spot. It's not a place anyone would know to look for the computer, and it's not, especially being here in only 4 minutes. 2 days later, after that happened, after the break-in happened, I walked into my place to move some stuff out, and the computer was taken from its hiding place and put in the middle of the floor. And so I came back home to pick up some stuff. I wasn't staying here any longer. And that message was there, which was obviously very scary, because clearly somebody had been listening in, if not watching, as to where the computer was. So after that, I decided that it would be best to get out of town, and I left town for a couple of weeks and really went off the grid for a good part of that. The day that I came back, I had a friend come with me, and him and I arrived at my place and found a ladder open right in front of my door, looking into the windows, the bedroom window. Now, this is my ladder, but this ladder lives in the garage. So it was clear that somebody had accessed the garage, brought out the ladder through the side of my house, opened it, looking right up into the window, and this happens to be the only window that I had blind open. So that was quite a message. The security experts said, wow, what a better message than to say we're watching you. And this actually happened the day that I came back into town. So they clearly knew that, well, it happened the night before. They clearly knew when I was coming back. The neighbor who was feeding my dogs came over after half an hour after we found the ladder. She asked, so what's with the ladder? And I said, I don't know. I mean, I didn't put it there. And she said, well, it wasn't there yesterday. So it means that it happened the night before I came back into town after 2 weeks. So clearly they are watching. The next incident was just 2 days later, and that's in the garage. This Buddha was on the floor. Normally the Buddha is pretty heavy. It was on here on top of the dog cage.
Like, I haven't had so much of that happen. I've had a little bit of it here because I think the maintenance guy is the only one who can do it because I have a camera outside my place. Is the only one who can justifiably be on that camera coming into my place. I don't know why that would even be justified, but, like, he'll pour out. Like, I had this big thing of Arizona iced tea, and I'd maybe drink one glass of it, and I came back in from going out one day, and it was, like, half empty. So they do that to me in the house that burned down. They would come in and had those Altera whole house plugs in all the walls. They would come in sometimes, my attackers, or not my attackers, the gang stalkers who lived around, who were doing some of the break-ins and the gang stalking and the weird, like putting weird smells on my property and things like that, flattening my tires and stuff like that. They would come in and they would pull the Altera whole house plugs like halfway out of the outlets and hang them out of the walls. So in like a lot of stuff like that, just stuff that you'll see that if you told somebody about, they'd be like, oh, well, that could have just, are you sure you're misremembering? Did you pull it out of the wall halfway? They would ask her, did you put the Buddha down? Are you sure you just aren't misremembering it? So little stuff like that, so that you know they've been there, but it's hard to get other people, to listen to you and believe it.
To cover it up at night for the dogs. So it was taken off of here, and there's really no way it could have fallen because, I mean, it's actually really heavy, and if it had fallen, it would have fallen, some different way. But I walked in, and I found it right there on the ground. The pictures were also knocked over. So then 2 days later, I noticed it first through the kitchen window, and it's not something I have ever seen before, but there is a duck. On my table. And when I talked to the security experts, I said, I don't understand the duck. And then it came to me that I had been on my phone having a lot of conversations about people asking me, are you staying at your house? What are you going to do? And I used the term repeatedly, well, I'm not staying at my house. I feel like a sitting duck because they can get in at any time. And, I'm a sitting duck. And so that was actually quite disturbing to come home to. Now I have a duck. I have never seen it before. It's not mine. Nobody else is having access that would bring a duck. It's a clear message that, again, they are watching me, and it's quite scary.
Yeah, that stuff is very scary. And that's the kind of stuff that these people will do. That is how low these pieces of garbage will sink to try and break in, intimidate, and harass somebody for their First Amendment rights to speak out against this. I do think that the reason this person's being targeted so hard is because she's a former Merck employee, which gives her more legitimacy in the eyes of the people than just if any person gets up in front of a microphone and starts speaking out about this stuff. But on top of that, this kind of stuff is sadly not uncommon with this type of harassment. I mean, we went and spoke to a security expert as well, because we've had some issues, and what we were told is that you pretty much have to get rid of your phone at this point. If you think your phone has been bugged, those programs you hide on your phone, they are so small and so hard to find.
The problem is, it's like people have to start realizing that you are the thing they can tap into. Like, that's the biggest thing that people have to realize, because, like, I took my phone off one day and the keys, and I took everything out of my pockets and nothing on me, just my glasses, and I didn't even wear a hat at that time, and I just walked out into the woods near where my parents lived, and I just walked because I was getting the B2K and getting hit. And I walked for, like, probably a mile, and so I was still getting B2K, and I was still getting hit with external weapons, and they could still hear, you know, what I was saying. They were still remote. My attackers were still remote neural monitoring. And the phone was like a mile away from me. But I do think that they do use the phone surveillance as a redundant system. So it can help to get rid of it. I'm having a hard time getting rid of mine, you know. She's talking about, she says you can buy like a Cricket phone those disposable ones. I guess let's listen to a little bit more.
It would take less time if you just bought a new phone, a brand new phone. We were also told that a lot of people, what they like to do in cases where they think that they are going to be repeatedly targeted for harassment is to just simply get the cheap, you know, Cricket phone or whatever, the throwaway phones that you can buy and keep for a little while and then get a new one.
Okay, guys, I just wanted to show you all that information, and I'll put the video and the article link in the description. I can't believe this was 2015, and I just found out about it. I was just looking through TruthStream Media's videos, and then went and looked for the article afterwards. But I'm going to try and, like, see what's going on with, I already forgot her name, but I'm going to see what's going on with her and whether things have stopped, the targeting has stopped, or it's continued. I don't know if there's any more news about her, but I'll try and get you guys an update on that. But I just mainly wanted to show, you know, this is a high-profile person that's speaking out against vaccines, who was an employee of Merck Pharmaceuticals, and so she's, you know, being targeted for speaking out. All right, guys, that's it today. I love y'all. I love y'all a lot. This electromagnetic transcranial stimulation device is working so good. It just does chafe the ear. So there are gel pads that I'm probably going to switch off. I'll probably use the gel pads for a day or two, and then go back to these ear things, because I don't have to replace the ear thing. So a lot of hope, a lot of hopeful things. I'm still really tired, and I'm still getting targeted, and I still have the V2K even now. It's like I can't understand what they're saying, but it's like murmur, murmur, murmur. But there's a lot of hope, guys, and let's just keep moving forward. A lot of people are getting a lot of great information out. And I guess that's it. I'll, you know, have more. I may do a live stream like later this week or this weekend. I may try and space it out a little bit until I get my original channel back. I don't know. What I'm trying to do right now, and this is important for us, even in this chaos where we feel like we're always on our heels, we're always getting punched in the face by this targeting, we have to find a balance, you know, because we've got a ways to go upstream. And I hate saying that, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope that I'm very wrong, and I hope God proves me wrong by bringing us some huge miracles to just stop this whole thing. But it's like, it seems like we got a ways to go, and balance is important. Like, balance, survival is definitely number one, but you got to try and balance your life. So I'm going to really be focusing on, you know, getting my condo cleaned up, getting my act together, doing some things that are on, you know, that I don't want to put out on videos yet. I'm working on some things that I don't want to give away, like, you know, with the hospital that I think actually implanted me, and then other legal things. I just don't want to say anything right now, but I'm going to be working on some things of my own and balancing how I fight this, you know, balancing the activism with, and also, you know, spending as much time as I can with my family, because I know I'll regret that. I'll regret that if I don't do it, and it makes me feel better for all of this. But I'm definitely not going to stop making videos or anything. It's just like y'all may not see me for a couple of days or something like that. Yeah, I guess I just want to let y'all know. But I'm still going to be making videos, and I may, you know, I could make a live stream tonight. It's just kind of like, do I have important information? Do I feel inspired to make a video? And I've been making videos for so long that, you know, a video every day and just feeling like I got to do something, that I'm going to try and balance that out more with other things that I'm doing to fight this in my life, but not leave, and may not change anything. I may not change anything, but I just want to let y'all know how I'm feeling, you know. All right, guys, I love y'all. Stay strong. If you are a targeted individual and you have a job and you have some money that you can spend, I would recommend this transcranial electromagnetic transcranial stimulation device. It's CES Ultra. If you are getting remote neural manipulation and like nerve pain and body pain, and it feels like it's from the high-pitched ringing sound and what's going on with your head, like what your attackers are doing to your head, if it feels like you're getting body pain and stuff, this does help. I'm not a doctor, so I don't prescribe it, and I can't order y'all to get it. So I just want to let y'all know it really is, even doing this video, that surface forced and physical anxiety so reduced. And I could think better. The memory thing wasn't as bad. I got to use it for a little bit longer, though, guys. You know, I got to use it for a month because my attackers could be just, let's stop attacking him so hard for a while, and then he'll tell everybody to go buy this, and then and then we'll just go through it. I don't think that's what's happening, but I have to be careful. You know, I have to be careful for picking out my own defenses and when I tell y'all stuff, because I want to be sure when I tell y'all. I also do want to protect myself a little bit, guys, and this is why I'm kind of like, well, I can't tell y'all to go out and buy this, but I can say, like, it's really working for me. I am a little bit worried about, like, people who are not targeted individuals who would, like, maybe try and hit me with that. They'd call me and say, hey, I got that device and it didn't help me, and they're not a targeted individual, but they just want to, like, mess with me or whatever, or try and make me stop suggesting defenses and stuff. So I want to kind of protect myself a little bit from that. But it definitely is working really good right now. It's just this stuff gets so complicated. We've got to help people and help people to survive, help people to get defenses. Just do what's right, and put out information to protect yourself. Have little layers of protection, so perpetrators and infiltrators can't use stuff against you and come at you and make your life hard, which that's an ongoing battle, right? Okay, guys, I love y'all, and definitely I will see y'all in the next one.
Can we talk now? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, good. In a world full of phonies, I think that's why Kyle is so dear to me, and I know a lot of people. He's so sincere, and he so cares. He's just a good guy. He's got a good heart, boy.
Yeah.
Good man.
All right, hold up for a second, okay?
Sure.